And recording. And live chat. Hello, everyone.
So, as I was saying, when I said that we should cross the Rubicon, I didn't expect that, Caesar would listen to me. Oh shit, no, we can't talk about past lives here. That's not allowed. You're not allowed to see into the Matrix.
So, I haven't seen this video before. You've seen the first 40 seconds, you said?
Yes, I've seen the first 40 seconds of this, and the claims made are wild.
Here, let me just...
Absolutely wild.
let us know how the volume is, everyone. Yeah, so you said he starts right out of the gate, too.
Yeah, like, immediately. Pedal on the metal, gas out of the gate. There is no, like, easing into this or explaining where he comes from or anything. It's just instantly into the claims. Now, I want to make it clear. I've only seen 40 seconds of this video so far, and which is why I was like, oh boy, these claims are wild. We could end up coming to agree with some of his claims. We'll have to see how he does his argumentation, what he cites as his reasonings, everything like that. So
Yeah.
This doesn't mean don't automatically assume that this video is wrong and bad. I'm under the assumption that Half-Life 2 is a great sequel, but I want to hear what his argumentation is.
Yeah, I haven't, like, looked at Half-Life 2 too critically, so maybe there's stuff we've missed. Maybe there's stuff I haven't noticed yet, you know?
Yeah.
But just some of those early claims don't sound too good, you know? Execute Order 69, Owlman. The audio is good. Good to hear. Execute Order 66.
By the way, I don't know if we want to call you the Long Owl Man. I'd rather call you the Long Owl.
That's not something I want to take. The whole Long Man thing is Mahler's thing. I'm just a guy.
It is, but it's just funny that somebody brought it up.
Well, it's a comment I've seen a lot in on the videos too. Like, obviously, people saying in a friendly way, "Oh, hey, it's the Long Owl." Owls aren't long; they're short. They're very small.
Oh my god, I have a fan art picture now of, hey, it's the Long Owl, and they just see your feet and everything like that, and then the next scene is it goes up and up and up and up and up, and you like bent your head all the way around behind them, and you're like, hello there.
$20 super chat from Dominic the Donkey. Thank you. Hello, Setch and Creetosis. Hope you two in chat are having a great day. Looks like we might be in for a bumpy ride. Maybe.
Maybe. Who knows?
Yeah.
Like I said, the first 40 seconds of this video were wild. So we'll see if it improves from there or not, because oh boy.
But with all that out of the way, I guess we should get started. You've got Watch Together up?
Yep, Watch Together is up.
Alright, let's go.
I don't think Half 2 has earned its influential game status. A lot of people think of it as the first next-gen game from the Xbox 360 and PS3 era, but I'm unsure about that. It was ported to the original Xbox and came out before the 6th console generation was over. Otherwise, what did it really influence in the world of video games? Mostly it was the same as Half-Life, with the addition of vocap and vehicle segments. No, what was really influential...
Vocap?
Yes. I think he meant mocap. It doesn't even use mocap.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think Half-Life 2 used mocap. When did games start using mocap?
I'm unsure on that exactly.
The videos...
But did you like how he already said that it wasn't influential? What did it actually influence?
Yeah,
I'd say for first shooters as a whole. And then he says, no, Call of Duty 2 did in the picture. He said Call of Duty 2 was the one that was influential, not Half-Life 2. It's like, what?
Yeah, that's a weird statement to make.
Also, they're saying turn up the video, his volume.
Yeah, I just turned Watch Together's volume all the way up. If that doesn't work, guys, I'm going to have to turn the audio on my computer up, which I can do. But it means I'm also going to have to turn Setch down because he's already a bit loud for me.
Loud. If you want to, go ahead. And we can go back a little bit. So since people said it was a bit quiet on there, they can hear what he said. We're only 23 seconds in, so there's, we won't lose anything if we go back and start again.
Fuck, I've seen this video. You're not going to like his argumentation. Oh boy.
Oh boy. Yeah, let's go to the start.
Yeah, let's go to the start. And yeah, guys, again, if there's an issue with the audio, just say in chat and we'll try to fix it. They didn't use mocap. Valve manually made the facial animations themselves, which they wanted to flex.
Yes, and they did with the 2003 E3 reveal of G-Man. Oh my god, that blew everybody's minds how realistic the G-Man's expressions were and everything. It was crazy.
Yeah, we could probably throw that on after this video just to show it off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that would be a good comparison to do.
So, but remember his arguments were it only had bocap or vocap. I don't know what he's trying to say, which I'm assuming he meant mocap, and vehicle sections. Those were what he said all the Half-Life 2 has.
He said what?
That it has vocap, whatever, it's hard to understand what he's saying.
Yeah.
And vehicle sections, and that was it.
Oh, man.
What? So I'm like, okay, this is going to be, you're going to have to do some tough work to prove that.
Fuck. All right, let's start this again. Hopefully the audio is better for chat.
I don't think Half-Life 2 has earned its influential game status. A lot of people think of it as the first next-gen game from the Xbox 360 and PS3 era, but I'm unsure about that. It was ported to the original Xbox and came out before the 6th console generation was over. Otherwise, what did it really influence in the world of video games? Mostly it was the same as Half-Life, with the addition of vocap and vehicle segments. No, what was really influential was the Source engine, which despite being one of the crummiest engines ever made, seriously,
what?
it fucking crashed when you changed graphics settings,
Oh,
is
yeah.
still used because of how scalable it is. Not only do I deny that Half-Life 2 was all that influential to the next generation of games, I also deny that it was a real sequel to Half-Life 1. Half-Life
See, there you go, 40 seconds in, and now you understand why I was like, we have to do this video. That's 40-second mark right there, everybody. And now you understand why I was like, yeah, we gotta do this one.
Oh. Okay, so I've never played Call of Duty games. Why does he think... Well, I guess he might explain why he thinks Call of Duty is better in his own video. But, like, what did Call of Duty 2 do that was special? Why might someone say that was influential?
I have no... Okay, so I played the shit out of Call of Duty 2. I played the shit out of Call of Duty 1. I was actually in the Call of Duty 1 realism unit and reenactment unit, and our biggest one was we played United Offensive. We tried Call of Duty 2 and we didn't like it. It wasn't bad, it's just it wasn't for us. And I think Call of Duty 3, as much as it gets gets maligned because it was console only, wasn't bad either. But I don't think Call of Duty 2 influenced squat, honestly. I really don't think Call of Duty 2 had as much influence as he's claiming. He's claiming it was way more influential than Half-Life 2. I think Half-Life 2 revolutionized first-person shooters again.
Well, didn't you say in one of the other streams it was Half-Life 2 that caused Duke Nukem Forever to be delayed?
Yes, when Half-Life 2 got released, the developers at 3D Realms saw Half-Life 2 and said that their project, Duke Nukem Forever, wasn't good enough, so they delayed it. And, man, it could have been different if they had decided to just release it still, but yeah.
Yeah, I would, like you said, they were pretty far along, too. I'd still really like to see what they had at that point.
I love COD 2 campaign, but to say it's more influential than Half-Life, yeah. I know, we'll have to see what his argumentation is, but I'm just like one of those, like, wow, this is, what claims to make?
And also, the Source engine is crummy, he said?
Yes, I fully revolt against that notion entirely. The Source engine is one of the most robust engines in the industry today.
Yeah.
It is crazy how easy it is to work with and how much it can handle small problems.
And he does said it crashes a lot, but, like, that happens with a lot of games, you know?
Yes.
Yeah, especially especially with how many games are made in Source. You've got the Left 4 Dead games, you've got the Portal games, Team Fortress 2.
Yep. Yeah, and again, all of those are Source engine. Counter-Strike Global Offensive is still the Source engine. Like, it is... This engine is incredibly robust.
Yeah, and it's not like Bethesda reusing the same shitty engine for 12 years or whatever. Like, the Source engine is actually solid. That's why Valve keeps using it.
Like, to explain it, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines is the Source engine. Dark Messiah of Might and Magic is the Source engine. So it's one of those, like, I don't get why he's saying the Source engine was the shittiest engine made. So I really don't understand that. As for somebody in chat said, what else did Half-Life 2 do besides the engine? Well, you had revolutionary new facial animations and structuring of skeletons within a system. Kind of like Half-Life 1 was the first game to ever use rigged skeletons, ever. Half-Life 2 did the same thing for facial animations, for finger animations.
And there was also, like, a lot of physics stuff in Half-Life 2. Like,
yes,
obviously,
2...
because that's what it's most familiar with now with Gmod and everything, but you start up Half-Life 2, and there's a heavy emphasis on physics right as soon as you get off the train. You see trash blowing in the train station, a guy's pushed into luggage, another guy will knock a piece of garbage off a table when he's sitting down.
Yeah,
there's
a takeout box.
Yeah.
Did you hear what I said?
No.
A Chinese takeover box. A Chinese takeout box.
Well, this stream is banned to China now.
Oh shit! Our citizen score just plummeted in China.
But anyways, yeah, Half-Life 2 puts a really heavy emphasis on physics, like, throughout the game. One of the first things you do besides walking is using the physics to get out of a window.
Yes, and AI behavior using nav mesh was beautiful. Nav mesh is such a good idea. Instead of scripting specific set pieces to go, you nav mesh your world and let the AI dictate how it goes. It's such a good idea.
I've never played Half-Life 2, but if it's a sequel, then it has to be bad. That actually reminds me, it's unfair to criticize Half-Life 2 compared to Half-Life 1.
Yeah. As Patrick CXXV111, I don't know what the Roman numerals are offhand. But not only Valve, Titanfalls were also made on Source, so it's still pretty popular among modders and mappers. Yeah, it's incredibly easy to do mods and map making in Source. It is crazy how easy it is.
I've forgotten a lot of it, but I used to fuck around with map making, like, 6 years ago or so? It's something I want to get back into. I never made anything that got released. It's mostly just, like, messing around and testing. But it was fun fucking around in the map maker and making stuff. Like I said, I want to get back into it.
Yeah.
Shit, I was gonna say something I forgot. Oh, yeah, saying
I can't remember if Gold Source had the same nav mesh tech that Source does. Because I know it has a type of it where you can put in waypoints and highlights, stuff like that. But then the way Source did it was you could actually have clipping boxes and everything like that to say, like, if you are in this zone, you can fire through this to hit this sort of deal, which the AI can then coordinate off of.
Also, remember...
We'll see what his arguments are. That'll be crazy.
Yeah, I just want to say something quickly, though. Remember when we were watching the Oxhorn video and he said Star Wars wasn't that influential? I'm already getting those kind of vibes from this. Half-Life 2 wasn't that influential. How do you say that?
Yeah. Like, again, these are wild claims to make, and he's not making them as in, don't think. He doesn't say, I don't think. He says, I deny that they were influential or that this is a good sequel. I deny it vehemently. It's like, okay, what a claim.
Yeah, he's really going to have to substantiate this.
Yeah.
So here's my context, because remember, context is the most important thing when talking about old video games, aside from actually playing them, of course.
Context is important for everything.
Yeah, it doesn't matter about old video games, new video games, or anything. Context is always important. Context is vital.
Yeah. And it's a little bit picking at the wording there, but my context, that's a little bit weird to, like, describe it.
Half-Life all the way through a dozen times or more. Opposing Force I've probably played through all the way 24 times, easily. Probably more, but that is a much shorter game. Blue Shift, I've probably played that all the way through a half-dozen times. It's not as good, see? So that's my context. I have played the Half-Life trilogy thoroughly. It's insanely good. A friend of mine was the first person I knew to get Half-Life 2. He played it and loved it and told me about how great it was, so naturally I was stoked to play it. But here's the thing, he didn't play the original games. He knew of them and had heard the inside jokes and read about them on the pupil form of the internet. But he didn't have that context. There's that word again. So when Half-Life 2 goes through its circus clown routine of, "Hey, Gordon, here's your old crowbar, remember?"
That's not a circus clown routine, okay? Okay? That is a callback. It's a bit fan servicey, yes, but so was putting on the HEV suit. Again, it's supposed to be like if you were somebody like me that grew up with Half-Life 1 released and you played all the Half-Lives, including its expansions and everything like that, you go into Half-Life 2, that was that great hit of like, do you remember the nostalgia of putting on this suit for the first time? Do you remember your most trusted companion, the crowbar sort of thing?
Yeah. And,
fan service isn't inherently bad. It's how you utilize it. And I think Half-Life 2 utilized it very well.
Yeah.
Yeah, and as Pete the Cat says, my context, him admitting that he's manipulating the information. Yes. But he's also saying that his friend didn't have the context for
Well,
it.
here's the thing, too, is I played Half-Life 2 first as well. And then I went back and played Half-Life 1. So, I don't get, like, where the issue is coming in exactly, because having played both games, but obviously in reverse order, I don't see where the gap is, I guess.
Yeah, and also, he's already, like, negatively skewed it towards this clown car routine. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that... I could understand if you're talking about, like, something that's truly,
No, he hasn't called anybody diseased yet or anything.
no.
He did say his friend didn't have the context, though, and he didn't, so that, therefore he wouldn't understand why it's a bad sequel. And it's like, I get part of that, like, the people that start with Dark Souls 2 don't understand why people that start with Dark Souls 1 hate Dark Souls 2 so much. You should be able to understand, like, even just looking at Dark Souls 2 on its own, as Mahler points out, has a fuck ton of flaws and problems. But, yeah, I get where he's trying to go with it, but he's trying to, therefore, narrate it as his opinion is no longer valid at all, that it's a good game. Kind of a fucked up thing to say, because it was a good game to him. He played it, he thought it was a good game.
Yeah. But back to what I was saying, it seems a bit unfair to call it like a clown show when it's not actually bad. Like, if you call something like Skyrim a clown show, that's understandable, because what else do you describe when, you know, random villagers start punching dragons?
Oh, God, my fucking blacksmith in Riverwood, Alvin, died.
Oh, this NPC I don't care about.
Yeah, well, I only care about him because his money pool would respawn after a couple in-game days, so I could, clean him out again.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair.
And I was like, oh, shit, now I gotta find somebody else to sell my weapons to. Damn it.
Isn't it the best weapon gun? My friend and like 80% of the gaming public went, haha.
Sorry, that skipped from him. Go to just...
Whoa, yeah. What he just claimed, too. We definitely gotta go back and listen to that full thing.
When Half-Life 2 goes through its circus clown routine of, "Hey, Gordon, here's your old crowbar, remember? Isn't it the best weapon ever and more useful than a gun?" My friend and like...
hold on.
Has never, ever claimed it was more useful than a gun.
No.
Ever. Barney does not make that claim.
No
Nobody
one makes
says
that claim.
Yeah.
People in chat are saying stream lag.
Oh no, the unlogged man killed the stream. No.
Let me go over to... Is it still down? Oh no. I'm seeing the circly thing on the studio version. Uh-oh. That's not good. It's working now? I sure hope so. We just restarted. Let's put that to live chat. Sorry about that, everyone. I have no fucking clue what just happened. I am really annoyed with that. So there wasn't really a whole lot that was missed in that first, like, for anyone just joining now, there wasn't a whole lot from the video missed, and we're going to wind it back just a bit so we can go over that claim again, because holy fucking shit.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a claim in there that you guys didn't get to hear because the stream OBS decided to go wee right when the claim came up. I think it was trying to spare him of making such a really, really stupid claim.
Yeah. What I'm going to have to do is, I'll take the stream that just fucking went down for some reason. I have no idea why. And the one we're doing now, and I'll edit them together and re-upload them to the channel so people can, watch it. God, that's annoying. Anyways, let's get Watch Together back up.
Maybe you should have condemned that China statement or set the category to gaming or something.
Yes, if we shit talk China again, we're going to go down again.
Yeah.
Now,
Alright, no, he hasn't said we're diseased yet, but he made one hell of a claim. And it was, again, you guys didn't get to see it because OBS derped, so let's get to that. We've gone back a bit, so about 20 seconds back from where we were, so that nothing gets missed.
Oh, I'm going to update the link in the Discord server quickly.
Yeah, that's fair.
I won't ping everyone. I was going to put a @ here to update the link, but it should be fine. Anyways, yeah, let's get, oh, hold on. There, let's get back to this.
Yep.
It's not good, see? So that's my context. I have played the Half-Life trilogy thoroughly. It's insanely good. A friend of mine was the first person I knew to get Half-Life 2. He played it and loved it and told me about how great it was, so naturally I was stoked to play it. But here's the thing, he didn't play the original games. He knew of them and had heard the inside jokes and read about them on the pupil form of the internet. But he didn't have that context. There's that word again. So when Half-Life 2 goes through its circus clown routine of, "Hey, Gordon, here's your old crowbar, remember? Isn't it the best weapon ever and more useful than a gun?" My friend didn't like it.
So, that's a bit fucking insane of a thing to say.
Yeah.
No one
Nobody claims the crowbar is better than a gun. Nobody. Barney says, "Here, Gordon, you drop this at Black Mesa."
Yeah,
And
that...
he tosses you the crowbar. It's not him saying, "Wow, isn't this so much better than a handgun, or a pistol, a shotgun? Isn't it so much better?" It's like, what? Where did you get that from?
Yeah, and I think... So obviously the statement is a little bit crazy, but I think the point he's getting at here is, yeah, you're sent to go find Black Mesa East, or what? I forget which one it is. Is it East?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Black Mesa East. Yep.
Yeah, so you're sent to go to Black Mesa East, and it's like, okay, well, they're sending you without a gun when the Combine are after you. The thing is, Barney and Kleiner probably don't have a gun that they could give you.
Yeah.
Like, it's very unlikely they just have weaponry lying around. It seems like the kind of thing the Combine would be pretty fucking strict about and would be hard to smuggle.
Yeah, and remember, Barney is a uniformed civil protection unit. Okay? You think they're going to let him have his gun and keep his weaponry when he goes on break? Oh, fuck no. Not in an authoritarian regime like this. Oh, hell no.
Yeah, and it's not like he can make one disappear either, because if he, like, comes back from patrol with a gun, that's a really big fucking deal.
Yeah. If he had his gun and suddenly he's like, dude, I lost my gun, and the civil protection's going to be like, oh, really?
Yeah.
So there is a loose firearm out there when we are a police state. Okay. Well, guess what's happening to you? You're getting shot, and we're mobilizing everyone to go find it.
It's not like the Combine are worried about costs either. They would mobilize people and fucking go get that gun.
Dude, you see how much they attack the fucking railway stations that are like only 2 or 3, little rebels without weapons, and they mobilize like 15, 20 units to go knock those things over.
They
with full-on scanners and explosive barrels and set up machine gun nests and everything.
Not just machine gun nests. There's even a couple of their, like, tank cars that fire rockets.
APCs. Yeah, the APCs, they send those out.
Yeah.
Haha, I read on the internet that the crowbar was the melee weapon in Half-Life 1.
Yeah.
So words, aren't you?
Fuck you. Seriously, fuck you. If it was just this once, okay. Haha, nice little inside joke. But it's non-fucking stop.
What do you mean?
That doesn't... So it offended you. That's not a bad... It's not a bad joke or anything. It's just a funny little nod to it.
Yeah, that's not something that strictly makes it bad. Like...
Yeah.
Oh, man. If the rest of the video looks like this, we're in for a hell of a time.
I know.
Oh my god.
My suggestion originally was, before this started, was, hey, if the video doesn't last very long, well, let's play Half-Life 2 to see if we can come up where he's making these claims. But oh boy.
Yeah, this is
I don't think that's gonna happen.
If this is the argumentation we're dealing with, this is gonna be fucking painful.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he's actually reading about the fact that they said you're a man of few words. And now he said that now it happens all the fucking time. Okay, I'm trying to figure out where else it gets brought up. Because it doesn't get brought up that often for the, what is it?
Okay, well...
6 hours you play?
Yeah, well, like I said before the stream started, I played to the end of Ravenholm the other day. From the start of the game to the end of Ravenholm. I don't remember it coming up much. And keep in mind...
I beat the entire game again, because we've played it before. It's just going back to refresh yourself because we were going to do this video. So you want to have it fresh in your mind.
And keep in mind, most of that time playing the game was like going through the world, not dealing with NPCs. Your interaction with NPCs is minimal. When did this video come out? I don't know.
We'll check.
This dude is grasping for straws. Why does he like why does he dislike the sequel so bad? I don't know, man. I was hoping there would be stronger criticism than fuck you for saying you don't talk much. That's really weird.
Yeah, so this came out in 2014, the very end of 2014.
Wait, this video?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't realize it was that old.
Yeah, and now I'm looking at the likes to dislike ratio, and oh boy, it got slammed.
I can't imagine why.
All right.
An able assistant.
Let's go ahead and bring Gordon through.
Right you are. Speak to you again in a few moments. Good job, Gordon. Throwing that switch and all. I can see your MIT education really pays for itself.
Characters say one line and pause, waiting for the reply. But they know they're not going to get it, so they mug for the camera, and we're meant to smile along with them.
So, did Barney pause there? For the thing? He immediately turns his head because Dr. Kleiner calls out to him right when he finishes the line.
Yeah.
He fucking pauses to mug for the camera all the time. What the fuck are you talking about?
What is this criticism?
Also, wasn't his thing about that they do the "why don't you talk much" all the time? It's like
Yeah, when you make
where
that
was the rest of that?
Yeah, when you make that criticism, I expect a few
More
examples.
than one example? More
Yeah,
than
because
one?
okay, so for example, when I made the Amnesia Rebirth video, one of my complaints was that Tassie doesn't shut the fuck up about calling her baby little one. And I don't just play one clip. I play, I think, pretty much all of them. Little one, little one, little one, little one. And just to show the audience, hey, this is why this is fucking annoying.
Well, we're gonna see. We're gonna keep going. His argumentation's been really bad so far. We'll find out if, yeah, we'll find out if it gets better.
Yeah.
Mo is a silly goose. Every single incidental detail from Half-Life 1 was bent over and exploited for clumsy inside jokes. Ha, Gordon doesn't talk. Ha ha, Barney always said he'd buy you a beer. Ha ha ha,
What?
Gordon used a crowbar. Why? It was just the first thing he picked up. So let's make extra double triple mega sure that Barney brings Gordon's crowbar when he escapes Black Mesa.
Okay, so I didn't think this would actually need to be fucking said, but the crowbar that Barney gives you isn't the same one Gordon had in Half-Life 1, because he brought it with him to Zen.
He's being a jokester. Barney in Half-Life 2 is a bit of a jokey dude. All he knows from you is that you used a crowbar. He didn't literally save the exact crowbar because the crowbar was with the G-Man. He didn't, like, somehow get on the train, get into the G-Man's part of Zen and take the crowbar from him. What the fuck? How?
Yeah.
Dude, you want to know what's a great inside joke, though? Black Mesa, when you meet the first guy at the checkpoint after Barney lets you in, the very first guy says, "Oh, you cut the ponytail, sellout." Because original Gordon Freeman had a ponytail.
Oh, really?
Yes. He was originally going to have a ponytail, and then they decided to cut that. And
Huh.
so they have that as a callback in the Black Mesa game.
Yeah, that's a neat detail.
But, oh my god, apparently to him, that would be like, "Oh, sacrilege! Oh, you're bringing it up! Terrible! Bad! Awful!" It's like, no, it's a great, funny little detail.
Yeah.
Shows they actually they did their homework and put effort into it.
I think what he's equating it to is franchises that exploit the iconography of the series. Like,
Yeah.
This
like,
is...
like Fallout.
Yeah, I was going to say, this isn't Bethesda shoving the Brotherhood into every fucking game that, you know... But to say, oh, hey, here's some details from the first game that they make little nods to in the second... This is really bad opening argument for your video for why Half-Life 2 is a bad sequel. If this is the worst Half-Life 2 has to offer, my fucking god, this is a pretty good game.
Yeah.
$10
Oh, that's what I was going to do.
Yeah. You want to do it?
Sure. Dominic the Donkey with $10 says, "No, jokes bad. Call of Duty didn't have jokes, and it was more revolutionary for gaming."
Thank you for the super chat.
Okay, again, it isn't about the fact that if his craft is improved or not. These are claims that you have made. So, do you stand by these claims? Do you stand by this video? Have you updated this video or corrected it? We're going by with what we have in the video now.
Yeah, so I never looked at this guy's channel. I don't know if he walked this back at all. I haven't read the comments or description to see if this is something he's corrected. But logic dictates to me, might be different for other people, but to me, if I have an opinion...
It looks like he hasn't.
He hasn't.
No, because he's actually pinning people's comments that are like, you know, you're absolutely right. It's like, wow. Great review.
Oh, boy.
Oh.
Yeah, so if there... Just to finish my thought, though, if there's a take I came out with that I changed my mind on the future, if I made a terrible video, I'm sorry, we're only 2 minutes and 30 seconds in, but I'm saying it anyways. If I made a terrible video saying Half-Life 2 is bad, and then 5 years later I changed my mind, I would probably take that video down, and maybe even make a video going over, hey, this is why I've changed my mind. It's, you know, I've realized this is what I got wrong, or this wasn't as big of a deal as I thought it was, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
But if he hasn't done any of that, then I don't know.
Well, it doesn't seem like it. Not from his comment section, everything on the video itself. I haven't looked into it more than this.
Yeah,
But yeah,
like I
it's
said, I
not-
don't know if there's any other videos on his channel regarding this, but considering it's still up, that's a sign. It
I would
doesn't
keep it up,
necessarily...
but then I would have my top comment be myself pinned and say, like, I've changed my mind in this regard. Go find the new video here.
Yeah.
Yeah, the argumentation's been really, really bad so far, so we'll see what happened.
And from what I've heard from other people, he does have some good videos, so it's not like we're saying, oh, this guy's terrible, don't watch him. I'm sure he probably has some decent content, but man...
But man, it's the same thing when SciShow does something as god-awful as the medieval blacksmiths were too stupid to know how to forge metal.
Oh.
Yeah, call that shit out. Doesn't mean all of their videos are terrible, but man, oh man, when they do something that bad, they deserve to be called out.
3 years ago, he posted a video with the title, I love Half-Life 2. Probably backpedaling, though I haven't watched it. See, it's still weird to me that he doesn't have a pinned comment or anything explaining such.
Yeah.
No, but wait, which crowbar? Because Gordon had two, finding a second one after losing his first when he got thrown into a compactor.
This
It
doesn't
wasn't an
matter.
important thing, it was an emergency weapon like in every FPS. It just so happened to be a crowbar because Half-Life was going for realism, and you're more likely to find a crowbar on the
Okay. This doesn't matter. What you're doing here doesn't matter. The Barney isn't literally handing you the same crowbar. Why did you think it was the exact same crowbar when it was just a joke? You literally just experienced him doing a joke of, I could see that MIT education really pays for itself.
Yeah.
You know he's a jokester. What?
Okay.
What are we doing?
Let me just put it this way. If this is a video I was watching on my own, because I was genuinely curious about the take, I probably would have turned it off at this point, because it's like, okay, you're starting off right out of the gate and you're bitching about references to the previous game being bad, and going on an extended tangent about, oh, well, which crowbar is it from Black Mesa? Why did he give you a crowbar? It's the best weapon ever. It's better than a gun. Well, that's a really bad way to start off your video. I'm sorry.
Yeah, when nobody ever said that or anything. When was Half-Life about realism? It was about being grounded more so than being realistic.
Yeah, and
You
I
were
think...
just a regular dude going about your job in comparison to other games that came out, at the same time, which was...
I think
that's dude, here's a gun, dude in front of you trying to kill you. Bam, blow him away. Go, 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 go.
I think that's a distinction that really needs to be made in media, too, is there's a difference between realistic and grounded. Because, like,
Yes.
Game of Thrones, for example, there's dragons, there's magic, there's Valyrian steel and all this stuff. There's the stone men, there's horrible disease.
Yeah.
That's obviously fantasy elements, but, so, obviously not realistic, but the show... until it got turned to shit. And the books are very grounded, and this is how things would work if this world acted much like our world, but it still had these elements to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a distinction I think needs to be made a lot more, just in general with movies and games and everything, that there's a difference between realistic and grounded.
Yes.
for a pair of brass knucks. Yes, the crowbar was cool. Yes, it would be fine if you used the crowbar again in the sequel, but this horrible fucking Barney and the Crowbar song and dance, it's humiliating. All of the dialogue...
How is it a song and dance? He makes a joke and you get to the...
Yeah, he makes a joke and tosses you a crowbar. That's how is it? Did they show him like holding on to me? Like, oh, do you want it, Gordon? Do you want it? Nah, I'm gonna hold on to it. Yeah, see, it's a precious little crowbar. And then you get the teleport accident, and then he gives it to you. Then I understand. Oh, they did a whole song and dance about it. Where's the song and dance of him being like, I've never seen the Citadel lit up this bad before. Oh, by the way, I think you dropped this at Black Mesa, and then he just tosses you a crowbar. That's it. Oh, by the way, I think you dropped this at Black Mesa.
Literally a line.
Yeah. Where's the song and dance?
Because they established, too, that, hey, this is a pretty big fucking deal that the Combine are, like, seriously waking up. I've never seen the Citadel lit up like that before. That's literally the developers telling you the Combine are treating this as a huge fucking deal.
Yeah, the fact that they think it's Gordon Freeman, and the Combine are very aware that it was your actions that let them take over Zen, and they're like, Gordon Freeman is here. What? So the entire Citadel, you even see the animation, even shows it in this video, of the Citadel actually opening up and spilling out thousands upon thousands of scanners. They are full on, like, no, this is a huge deal. This is red alert.
Yeah.
Log is as self-revelating as that crowbar gimmick. Hey Gordon, awkward pause. It's me, Barney, awkward pause. From Black Mesa, awkward pause, mug for camera while fans of the series mark.
Okay, he does not pause that much.
No.
He does not pause. Hey Gordon, it's me, Barney, from Black Mesa. Do you notice how there was just like a single slight pause between any of those words?
I wonder if he's going to play the actual clip that just proves what he said is wrong.
Well, let's find out. Let's
Please,
see if he
please,
actually...
God. Please, God.
Play that play.
Series mark out.
About that beer I owed you. It's me, Gordon, Barney from Black Mesa.
Oh, get
Whoa! Did you see how he had to snip in those things? They're like, awkward pause. They're in the text, and they were barely a millisecond long.
Yeah, that... You're really stretching, buddy. Oh my God.
Holy crap.
There's like one very, very slight pause there, and then it's just him talking as normal. It's me, Barney, from Black Mesa, about that beer I owed you.
Now, about that beer I owed you. And he pauses as he's taking his mask off. Hey, it's me, Gordon, Barney, from Black Mesa. And he had to actually show on the screen with the flashing thing, awkward pause.
Yeah,
Like,
he had to put...
Did you see how short that text was on the screen for?
Well, that's why he had to put the awkward pause text in, because if he had just straight played the clip, people would be saying, hey, there's no pauses here. I mean, people still probably said because holy fucking... God, that's insane. I want to hear that again. I'm rolling it back.
Yeah.
$2 super chat from, I hope I pronounce this right, Peak? Or Peaky the cat? Thank you. It's not a pause, it's a period. Yes! Alright, let's hear that again, though, because...
Black Mesa, awkward pause, mug for camera while fans of the series mark out.
About that beer I owed you. It's me, Gordon, Barney from Black Mesa.
Oh, get over yourself. So you
Hey,
retconned
sorry about the skip.
Yeah, that's...
Did you notice how short those pauses were? Awkward pauses. Have you never heard anybody else speak in their life, sir? Ever?
Apparently not.
What is wrong with you? God, the scientists in Half-Life 1 paused way longer than this.
Oh yeah,
all of this.
I love Half-Life 1, but some of the dialogue is pretty jank in Half-Life 1, just the way it comes out.
What the fuck? Oh man, apparently people got to speak like auctioneers, like, hey Gordon, it's me, Barney from Black Mesa. Man, sorry about the scare earlier. I had to give a show for the camera. I'm way behind on my beating quota. It's like, what the fuck? That's how you expect people to talk? What is wrong with you?
No, I didn't play the original Half-Life when it first came out, even before Blue Shift. Did anyone know the guards... Well, that's why I'm asking. Did anyone know the guards were called Barney before Blue Shift?
Yes.
They did.
That's because I was fucking real deep into it, and because the model was literally Barney.
Okay, yeah, but like if you just...
If you only played the base game itself, I don't think so. Looking back, I don't think there's ever a time if you just played the base game and didn't touch multiplayer or anything at all. I don't think there was a way to know that he was named Barney.
Okay, so there's a fair chance that most players aren't going to know that, like, who Barney is. That's why he says from Black Mesa. Like, that makes... Never even mind that. There's going to be new players to the series when this game comes out. I mean, it was my first Half-Life game, too, so... When it says... when he says, hey, it's me from Black Mesa, okay, that's telling me information that he's someone from Gordon's past who worked at this place, and you're meeting other people from Gordon's past who worked at this place. So it's just showing me as a new player the history between these characters. Hey, it's your old admin from Black Mesa. You know?
Yeah. Again, like,
even though Breen isn't actually a character in Half-Life 1, you never see him. But it's still establishing things for players.
Yeah, and in Blue Shift, he's B. Calhoun. Like, they always go by his last name, Calhoun.
Yeah.
But the model for all guards in the game was Barney.mdl.
Yeah. Now that part I knew.
Again, but you wouldn't know that by just casually playing the games themselves. So yeah, so him saying, "Hey, it's me, Barney." Okay, you wouldn't know if you didn't do the death matches or anything like that. You wouldn't know who that was. You wouldn't have a Scooby who Barney is. And he says from Black Mesa.
Well, there's also another thing to take into consideration too. Is Half-Life 1 reused models like fuck. There's like 4 scientist models. So when you see Kleiner looks like one of the scientist models from the first game. They're giving him a name. They're establishing, yes, this is one character. You're not going to see 1,000 Kleiners like you did in Half-Life 1. This is the Kleiner. There is no more.
There was a mod that actually did that and made every scientist in Half-Life 1 a Kleiner. And they did lines from Half-Life 2. It was fucking great.
That's awesome.
Game. Screw you. First game didn't even happen, so don't try to pass off these bit player.
Whoa! What do you
I have
mean
to rewind that and hear that again. Because that skipped for me at a key word.
Gordon, Barney from Black Mesa.
Oh, get over yourself. So you retconned Barney into this game. Screw you. The plot
What?
pretends the first...
One, they didn't retcon Barney into the game. What are you fucking talking about? Barney was there. You even said you played Half-Life, Opposing Force, and Blue Shift. And who is the fucking main character in Blue Shift, you fucking blank?
Well, hey, you can't expect him to remember the name of the character of a game he's only played half a dozen times.
Yeah. It just wasn't as good.
How did...
But also, then he immediately, right after this, he says that this game pretends the events of Half-Life 1 didn't exist. No, this game only happened because the events of Half-Life 1 exist.
Oh my god!
But here, right here, he's gonna say, pretend that it didn't even exist. I'm gonna go back slightly.
Okay.
Not that beer I owed you. It's me, Gordon, Barney from Black Mesa.
Oh, sorry, I'm pausing it again because I just saw something there I didn't see before. Pause for sitcom applause. Fuck you. Fuck you, buddy. Holy shit.
Yep.
Get over yourself. So you retconned Barney into this game. Screw you. The plot pretends the first game didn't even happen, so don't try to pass off these bit player NPCs off on us as important characters.
How the fuck do you say that?
How?
The game literally starts with you showing off the fucking test chamber. What?
Yes. And it's even said that the portal storms you caused from Half-Life 1 are how the Combine invaded Earth.
Oh my god,
What do you mean it says the first game didn't happen? What? And he's saying that don't tell me these bit part players are important characters. It doesn't matter if they weren't important in the first one. They are important in the story to this one. What is wrong?
Oh my god. This is fucking terrible.
Guys, he retconned Barney. Of course, by retcon, I mean nothing because I don't understand what it means and throw in retcon into every argument to pretend I know what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Oh my god, this video is
That's
so...
a super bruh moment right there. Like, what the
Oh,
fuck? We need the full, not just us going bruh, but we need the full original bruh on that.
can I get a bruh moment? Yeah, holy shit. Dominic the Donkey. Pain! Pain!
And what's sad is they aren't even new characters, really. Kleiner is established to be a scientist from Black Mesa. You can possibly be like, okay, hey, one of them was named Kleiner. That's not a large leap. And Barney is one of the guards from Black Mesa.
Well,
You can say one of them was named Barney. And in fact, if you played Blue Shift, he's named B. Calhoun. Barney Calhoun.
yeah,
Not a large leap.
yeah, the Barney you play in Blue Shift is the one that's knocking at the door during the train ride.
I love that opening in Blue Shift, by the way, when it recontextualizes that's Barney, that's our guy. The guy who's locked out of doing his job. He's like, oh, damn it, come on, open the door, I'm late.
But there's a good chance that Kleiner is one of the scientists at the start who sends you up to the surface, because when you come up from the chest chamber and there's that spinny elevator, there's two
Yes.
scientists there. One
They,
the Kleiner
and-
model, and it's always the black guy scientist. And this game establishes that black guy scientist is actually
Is
Eli
Eli.
Vance.
yes.
So he's a random no-name scientist in the first game, but he's actually a big fucking character in this game. To say,
Yep.
you know, these are bit characters
Well,
that they're retconning in is just, what the fuck are you smoking?
Oh, dude, trust me, Bernie, his arguments have not been great either. They have been pretty awful.
Oh yeah, this video, oh my god.
He
We're-
just said that Barney pauses, awkward pauses, and these pauses are like maybe at 60 FPS, maybe 10 frames.
Yeah.
It's like, oh my god, how do you say he pauses awkwardly? What
We're-
is wrong with you?
We're not even 10% into his video, by the way.
I know, I'm very worried now.
Oh my god.
Gordon, good to see you.
Who the fuck are you? Are you trapped up in the rafters guy? Or are you
No.
guy working on computer number 3 who I passed during the intro level? Are you the guy who opens retinal scanner 9A? Which of these guys is you?
So
You
you're-
are n-
Do you realize what you've just done? You have just inadvertently explained why they are giving their names and saying good to see you and everything, because they could have been any of these people. Okay? They weren't established. It wasn't like they took somebody named Francois and they renamed him Kleiner, for God's sakes. That's a retcon.
Yeah. Yeah, this is just giving additional character and personality to what were actually bit characters in the original game. Like I said, that black scientist who opens the scanner for you to get out, no-name scientist in the first game. He's literally insignificant to the entire rest of the game except for opening that door. And they turn him into a full-on named character in the second game because him being a full-on named character in the second game is significant to the story that's being told.
Oh, as Laddie points out, these are what the definite smart man Oxhorn said are addition retcons.
These
Oh,
are
God.
addition retcons. Oh.
Oh man. No, he is definitely playing up false ignorance. This is very bad faith argumentation already. Like, you can tell this is some salty shit.
Yeah. We said at the start, maybe he's going to have some good arguments. I'm starting to see the percentage of that happening, the percent chance of that happening is
It's rapidly plummeting.
is falling off a fucking cliff.
You are not even a composite of these guys. You are a fucking retcon. You are a brand new character. A brand new character. Passed off as somebody I'm supposed to know. And you're
That's not a retcon, though.
That isn't a retcon at all.
Okay, so in a theoretical Half-Life 2 that this guy might like, what are we supposed to do for characters that Gordon is supposed to be familiar with? Are we just not supposed to have that? Is it just supposed to be
So
a bunch of generic character models again?
No, so Gordon, if Gordon is familiar with them and the player isn't, what he is suggesting is that they don't even mention their names. It's just like, hey, Gordon, I just keep going on. But then we know in this alternate timeline, he'd be like, who the fuck are you? I don't know your name. Who are you?
Yeah.
It's like, why do you think they're telling you their name? Where you would know them from and everything like that? Valve isn't dumb. They know the player doesn't know who this person is. Holy crap. Oh yeah, and Oxhorn's Half-Life 2 does not stand up to the test of time. It's like, what the fuck?
Did he say that in that video?
Yeah, remember there's like Half-Life 2 isn't what people thought it was, and they don't.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Pain.
You're banking on getting a because they recognize your fucking character model. Oh, hey,
No!
it's Big Glass's scientist. Wow, lol, I remember him from Half-Life 1. You know what else you remember? You remember crowbarring that fucker in the head when he refused to follow you any further. You remember him taking off running into a horde of alien slaves and getting buzzsawed by green lightning until he insta-gibbed all over the side of a drinking fountain. That's where you fucking remember him from.
Dude, you are a salty little cunt.
Yeah,
This is bad faith argumentation. Like, this is like peak definition of it.
yeah, it's been a while since I've seen someone this salty over anything, let alone a fucking good sequel to a game.
This
Holy
is one of those where
shit.
you actually have to ask, you mad, bro? He even showed, and yeah, during that, he even shows a different model of him crowbarring somebody.
Yeah, he was crowbarring. Bleh. He was crowbarring the Einstein-looking guy.
Yeah. Keep rescuing the first game. This game pretends the first one doesn't matter. This is changing something from the first game. Yeah. He keeps saying he made that claim that this game says the first game didn't happen. It's like, how did you make that claim? And now he's saying that they keep talking about stuff from the first game. Okay, can you make up your mind? Because those are actually mutually exclusive.
Yeah, you can't retcon the first game if it's referencing and talking about things that happened in the first game.
And the first game is the reason this all happened. You can't have it. Einstein is a great science model.
I have to assume he didn't script this. He just sat down and started ranting, because how the fuck do you say the first or Half-Life 2 tries to ignore the first game, but then tries to reference...
doesn't ignore. He doesn't say it ignores it. He says it tries to says it didn't happen. It's like, what? Where did they say that Half-Life 1 didn't happen?
Well, no, he said something like it pretends or tries to pretend it didn't happen. But like it's constantly referencing things that happened in the first game.
Yeah. Okay, you're actually more accurate. Yes, I forgot. He did say that pretends that the first game didn't happen. With this whole spiel about Barney and everything. Fucking weird.
Barney was a bunch of guards that all fucking died. You killed him to get your first gun.
Whoa.
No. Yeah.
I did not.
Yeah, I didn't kill any of them. I actually tried to keep every single fucking scientist and security guard alive.
Yeah.
That's how I always played. Because, again, they were victims in this just as much as I was.
Yeah, and sometimes you do it for fun, but it's not like the game encourages you killing them at all.
Yeah.
Not once when playing Half-Life 1 did I feel the game was telling me, oh yeah, I need to kill these characters for fun.
Yeah, his argument also hasn't explained why this is bad at all. He's just saying it is bad. And he's really, really pissed about it.
Yeah.
The Barney 5 didn't come into contact with Freeman at all, and that's assuming Blue Shift is even canon, which given the way they've treated Oddfor doesn't make any fucking sense. You see him once, and there is never any reason to believe that he and Gordon...
We know it's canon. This is Barney Calhoun. We specifically know that Blue Shift is canon. What do you mean? Also, it doesn't have to, they don't have to, like, interact with the first game. You understand that this is one day in their life?
I want
one day.
Yes, I want to point out how insane this is too. If Valve wanted to say that Blue Shift isn't canon, then they would have given Barney a different last name rather than Calhoun. Calling him Calhoun specifically flags Blue Shift as being canon.
Yes. Also, we got 2 super chats.
Yeah, I was just gonna grab those. $2 from Jackal Inc. Thank you. Yo, how's it going, man? Not bad. How are you? Hope you're doing well. And $5 from Dominic the Donkey. Thank you. This kid ate a bowl full of edge flakes in the morning. Sounds like it. Jesus.
It really does sound like it. It really does sound like he's just going full edgy. Does this guy still hold this opinion after 6 years? Unknown, but he has, like, even after 2 years after this video came out, he was upvoting people's comments and favoriting people's comments that said that he was right and everything, so.
Yeah, the pinned comment is someone agreeing with him, apparently.
Yeah. Not 100%. The guy said not 100%, but he said, dude, you right? You right? It's like, what the fuck? Where does he get right at? Because, my God, he has been horribly wrong here, like, not even subjectively. The whole, like, he's been objectively wrong this entire time. When do we get to the parts where he's right about?
Hey, too many awkward pauses in what you were saying there.
You're right. You're right. And that, see, all these are awkward pauses. You know, they're just awkward pauses. Any sort of actual normal speaking cadence and tone has awkward pauses in it, according to this guy.
Oh man, this is so fucking bad.
It is really fucking bad.
Gordon have met. Barney was every single security guard, which is just nonsense.
No.
So how does everybody know Gordon? And who the hell has been spreading rumors about him? That makes no...
Game over, Barney. You've created a logical paradox? No! There is no logical... God. A logical paradox is how your brain works. That's my It's like, how do you even remotely call this logical? You do understand this was one day in their life.
Well, it's worse. It's worse than that, though. He's saying that every security guard is Barney because they have the same model. And granted, it is called Barney in the engine, but, like, I think it should be obvious that they're not all supposed to be literally the same person because that's fucking insane. Because if you break it...
he said that's fucking insane. He goes... he even says that's insane. But that's the only way you can assume that this Barney in Half-Life 2 and Gordon are friends is because every Barney in Half-Life 1 must have therefore been Barney. But that's insane, is what he said.
Yeah, but...
Which it is. But unfortunately, he doesn't understand that. Does he think that this was literally Gordon Freeman's very first day on the job? Where did he get the HEV training from and everything? Where did all this happen? These aren't things you do on your very first day. You don't get maximum security access, into an area like this on your first fucking day.
Yeah.
You are vetted. He would have been there for a while.
They probably have him observing stuff too. Like, he's probably seen the test chamber in action a few times before he goes in there.
Yeah.
You know?
Because he knows what systems to operate. Yeah, they tell him to go up the ladder and push the button, but he knows, like, what to touch and what not to touch in there.
Yeah. And I want to point out, too, a lot of what his complaints are stemming from would be issues with the first game. Now, I'm not saying they are issues with the first game, but he's pointing out how the models are reused over and over again. It's not Half-Life 2's fault that the Kleiner model, that's just what I'm calling it for now. I probably wasn't called that in Half-Life 1. I think it was just like Scientist 2 or 3 or something. But yeah, the Kleiner model and the Barney model being reused over and over and over again in Half-Life 1 is not a fault of Half-Life 2. If anything, it's Half-Life 2 trying to bridge more of a connection to the original games by keeping the models similar, like visually similar, so hey, there is actual characters from the original game that survived the Black Mesa incident and we're going to be dealing with them in this game.
Yeah.
Five.
$5 from Zorro Arc 720. Have you heard the Black Mesa? Are you doing a fucking Hunt Down the Freeman reference? Mesa. Cloning idea that some of the staff have been cloned? No, I haven't heard the Black Mesa cloning idea.
Neither have I.
But it wouldn't surprise me if somebody said it and joking and passing, like, why do we all look like each other? It's kind of like how they do that whole breakdown. Why do we all have to wear these ridiculous ties?
Why do we have to wear these ridiculous ties?
Yeah. So 9% of the NPCs in games like Fallout New Vegas are the same person just because their voice actor is the same. Wow, man. Again, he isn't making that claim. He's saying that the only way that Barney works in Half-Life 2 is if that claim is true. It's like, no, okay, you're talking about how much that's an insane leap of logic. I'm talking about how it's an insane leap of logic to think the only way that this is true is if that is true. No, that isn't even remotely close. But yes, there are faults with Half-Life 2. There are, and that's what we were expecting. Like, there could be things in here he's going in, but my God. His things he's done so far have been objectively false.
Yeah.
I don't get, like, where are the actual criticisms for what Half-Life 2 actually does?
We're 5 minutes into his video, and he hasn't made a substantial criticism once yet. It's just...
Well, an accurate one yet. Remember, he's made tons of criticisms, but they've been, like, all these awkward pauses. Like, you mean normal speaking cadence? Where people have brief moments where they need to take a breath or anything like that? That's awkward pauses to you? Or his, hey, Barney, or hey, Gordon, here's a crowbar. Isn't it so much better than a pistol? Nobody ever made that claim. What are you talking about? You're saying they made that claim. Where?
Yeah.
This video is titled Half-Life 2 is a bad sequel. And he immediately starts off with, I deny that it was an influential game at all, and I deny it's a good sequel. So, yeah, oh boy.
Nobody who escaped knew jack shit about Gordon's accomplishment. How has he become some kind of fucking folk hero? The bullshit
What do you mean? You don't know if anybody in Lambda Core escaped or anything, and they were spreading information between each other, as shown in Blue Shift.
Not even Blue Shift, as shown in fucking Half-Life 1. If you paid attention to any of the fucking NPCs, they were they were directing him to Lambda. They were expecting him there. What?
Yes. It's crazy. The scientists and guards are actively telling you how to go there, how to get there, how to get to the Lambda Core. And then, like I said, in Blue Shift, the scientists there even say that the Lambda Core is going to fight back and try to close the big portal. They don't think it's possible, so they're trying to escape, but Lambda Core is going to do it, and they're going to use Gordon to do it.
Doesn't Adrian Shepard go to the Lambda Core portal room too? In opposing force?
Yes, and all those people know that's where Gordon is going to be heading. They know that Lambda Core is going to fight back. Oh my God. And
he said he played opposing force like 24 times.
Yeah,
and Half-Life 1 tons of times.
Yes.
Yeah, not 12, 24. Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you guys on this one. It's very pain right now.
Pain.
Oh boy.
Pain. This video is fucked.
It's very, very bad. Also, you know what? He even forgets it. The fucking administrator knows what Gordon did, for God's sake. The Combine know what Gordon did. Okay? It's kind of the point. That's why they're on red alert, because they know what Gordon can do.
Oh my God.
Why do you think the Combine suddenly started attacking every single railroad station along the Rebel secret hideout? they've been tracking him. They know they're there. They could have done it any time. But the moment Gordon's in town, they attack all of them as fast as they can.
I just
Get
want to
them
read.
out of the way.
Just want to read out a comment quickly from King Aru. More like Max Payne 2. Yes.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Cult of personality load of pandering horseshit. Gordon
What?
is not and
I'm
How
winding
did-
that back.
jack shit about Gordon's accomplishment. How has he become some kind of fucking folk hero? The bullshit cult of personality around Gordon Freeman
How has he become a cult hero? They explain in Half-Life 2 how he became a cult hero. The people that survived Black Mesa formed Black Mesa East. Those survivors carry the story of what Gordon did.
Also, notice how he just called it a bullshit cult of personality around Gordon.
Yeah.
Oh my
Oh.
god.
Yeah, this video is 30 minutes long. Guys, this is brutal already.
Yeah, we're only 5 minutes into this shit. I want to go back to the ML speech. That was so much better.
is pandering horseshit. Gordon is not and never will be a compelling character. He's a name and a face to put on the box art, but otherwise he's basically just you. He is not special. In Half-Life 1, he just survives. The whole point of Half-Life 1 is surviving an adverse situation and escaping.
It's a little bit more than that when you're going on detours to launch a fucking rocket so they can contain this thing.
Exactly.
You're showing footage of it right now!
If it was just about survival, Gordon would have gotten out of Black Mesa and left. He keeps going back in. And they keep telling him to go to specific things and say, hey, the Lambda Corps who are going to fight back against this thing need you to launch this rocket. The military canceled it. Lambda needs it so they could triangulate where the hell the portal is coming from so they could try to fight this thing.
Oh my god, this video is such shit.
But yeah, it does start, as somebody pointed out, it does start off with experiment, escaping the experiment, figuring out what happened, to then being told you need to get to the surface to meet up with the military. Military turns out to be bad, so you duck back down underground. And once you go back underground, they realize the military isn't here to save them. The scientists and security guards start directing you to go find the Lambda Corps. Lambda team is going to fight back.
Oh god.
Is being Jesus and leading an army in some great revolution
fuck
against the alien
you.
masters from that Macintosh commercial. In Half-Life 1, Gordon Freeman represents the player.
He's not Jesus in this. That wasn't the point of it. He is a folk hero. Do you understand that people tend to rally around folk heroes? Do you think, like, people didn't rally around Simoy Hoyhey? Oh my god, I'm sorry to all you Finnish people out there that I butchered his name. I know he is a literal national treasure. But trust me, you think people didn't rally around the White Death? Okay? It didn't make... Simo wasn't Jesus, alright? He was a folk hero.
Yeah, people will rally behind someone if they think that person has their best interests in mind. And, this should kind of go without saying, but if the person you're rallying behind wants to topple the oppressive fucking government, yeah, that's
People
pretty good
who
chance they're
agree
going to
with him
rally behind
are gonna
Gordon
rally with
Freeman.
him. Yeah.
Pretty good chance that, oh hey, Gordon Freeman is going to end the alien occupation of our planet. Yeah, I think we're going to side with him.
Yes. Yeah, I'm sorry. Again, I cannot speak Finnish at all. I cannot say his name properly. But at least there are people that know exactly what I'm talking about.
Gordon
Yeah,
was just
he
some
is-
guy with a mask argument.
Oh, boy. At least it wasn't just some guy with a mask. At least he did something to me personally. This is all from Dr. Breen's perspective. I should have known.
Oh my god.
Curiosity. In Half-Life 2, he represents the player's desire to be called great, shoot people, and hang out with a pretty girl they all secretly hope
Whoa,
will be
whoa,
part
whoa.
of a mute
Tons of
first-person
skipping there.
sex
Hold on,
scene
hold
in
on.
Episode 3.
We had a ton of skipping there.
Whew.
We had an absolute ton of skipping.
Okay, prepare yourself for some pretty hot fucking takes. Cause my god.
I heard parts of them, but then they jumped in from like one take to suddenly the sex scene thing. I'm like, what?
Yeah,
All right, so yeah, we're going back a bit, guys. We're going back.
yeah, hit it again when you're ready.
Become some fucking folk hero. The bullshit cult of personality around Gordon Freeman is such a load of pandering horseshit. Gordon is not and never will be a compelling character. He's a name and a face to put on the box art.
No,
otherwise
he is very
he's basically
compelling.
just you. He is not special. In Half-Life 1, he just survives. The whole point
Yeah, it should go without saying, but one person taking on all this shit, it's pretty compelling.
Yeah, it's very compelling. The fact that he was just supposed to be a scientist. Yeah, he had weapons training because he was part of the HEV program. But the fact he was able to do this, holy shit. He is a folk hero.
Well, G-Man even says at the start of Half-Life 2, the right person in the wrong place can make all the difference in the world. That's
Yes.
Gordon.
That is literally Gordon Freeman. That's exactly what G-Man is even using him for in Half-Life 2, because G-Man wants to topple the Combine. He wants things to be set in motion. Oh, boy. Alright, let's continue.
of surviving an adverse situation and escaping. The whole point of Half-Life 2 is being Jesus and leading an army in some great revolution against the alien masters, from that Macintosh commercial. In Half-Life 1, Gordon Freeman represents the player's own tenacity and curiosity. In Half-Life 2, he represents the player's desire to be called great, shoot people, and hang out with a pretty girl they all secretly hope will be part of a mute first-person sex scene in Episode 3. Gordon...
Fuck off, you fucking cunt!
One, do you know what they say about assumptions? Maybe you should learn a thing or two about what that old saying is. Two,
So,
Half-Life 1 was all about tenacity and his curious nature? No. Where did you get that from? Tenacity, I'll give you, but his curious nature?
well, that's the thing, too, is he's saying this as if Half-Life 2 isn't about Gordon Freeman being tenacious and surviving and getting through everything like he does.
Exactly.
Like, it's the
It's
same...
almost like G-Man counted on that. Like,
Exactly.
they're character traits of him.
It seems like his complaint is that there's a revolution going on and people are just supporting Gordon Freeman because he is
And
a
they
figure.
say he's the leader. They say he's the leader of it. No, he isn't. Eli is the leader of it. Kleiner is a leader of it. Barney is a leader of it.
But Gordon
is not.
Yeah, he's an image to rally behind more than anything else. The one free man.
Yes.
And
Because he's the only man that had never experienced the Combine's occupation. You see how it works on multiple levels here.
and that's like a really fuck, what's the word? That's like, God, I can't think of the word right now, but that's a really significant name to call someone in a world like this, the one free man. That's such a thing to rally behind because that's what everyone's fighting for. They're fighting for their freedom. And
that's Breen, even himself, realizes how powerful of a tool that is.
Yeah.
Like, and who is this Gordon Freeman? And he's like, the one free man, the one who will liberate us from. And then he has to go into damage control and explain, no, he's not liberating you. He's bringing down the wrath of the people that are above us. Like,
yeah,
he's going to make you suffer.
Like, Gordon Freeman isn't doing all this alone. City 17 doesn't fall because Gordon Freeman made City 17 fall. It's because it rallies the people to fight for their own freedom. Because...
And again, here's the part that kills his argument, though. You are gone for at least a week since Nova Prospekt explodes. They don't need you there. They did the uprising without Gordon being there, without Gordon or Alex being there. For a week, they did the uprising. They made all those territorial gains. They've been the one fighting back.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Well, even, you see, when you get out of Ravenholm, the revolution has already started. And they continue fighting without Gordon there.
Well,
like you say,
that isn't really the revolution. They're still being the uprising hasn't begun.
Yeah,
they're rebels still.
they're still rebels, but
The
the
resistance.
fighting has started, is what I'm getting at. The
No,
true.
it hasn't in Ravenholm. Not by the time Ravenholm. The uprising starts after Nova Prospect. Kleiner even tells you that when Nova Prospect exploded, everybody in the city felt the explosion.
Oh.
And they knew, now is time. Nova Prospect is gone.
Sorry, it's been a long time since I played Half-Life 2. I just got to the end of Ravenholm. I know there's a bit of fighting after that, so that's where my assumption was there.
Yeah, that's the Resistance members fighting back. They're trying to keep the safe houses and everything.
All right. But anyways, getting back to this. Oh yeah, and before we actually get back to the video, the mute sex scene everyone wants in Half-Life 3? What the fuck?
Yeah, dude, I think that's a you projecting thing here.
It seems to me. Because, let me say, I played through Half-Life 2. I never once thought, yeah, man, I hope there's a sex scene in Half-Life 3. Not once. Yeah. That's weird.
I don't think I ever had that. Man, I need to see Alex naked. Let me see them titties. I don't think I ever had that.
No.
Freeman isn't a messiah or anything. He and the other protagonists of Half-Life 1 are just dudes who refuse to roll over and die. Gordon was one of the people with a hazard suit. He survived because he had...
You said he's not a savior in Half-Life 1. He got asked to go to the alien homeworld by the people so that he could save them. What do you mean he isn't a savior? Like, unless you're trying to put this up to like biblical thing. No, I agree. He's not a biblical savior.
Well, he already said
he is a hero that saved everyone.
He's already made it biblical though. In Half-Life 2, you're Jesus.
Well, I mean, he's making that biblical. Yeah.
No, that's what I'm saying. I also want to read out a comment quickly. Is President Keemstar a retcon?
God. Wait, we don't talk about Hunt Down the Freeman. We don't talk about that game.
Oh, yes, we do.
No. No.
Anyways.
did. In Half-Life 1, Gordon was cool because of what you, the player, did with him. In Half-Life 2, Gordon is cool because everybody keeps saying how cool he is. See also, Halo.
What a childish fucking take. Oh my god.
Yeah, that is horrible. Alright, so, he's only cool because of what you did with him. Do you understand that you don't have a choice to go to Zen in Half-Life 1? If you want to beat the game, you're going to Zen. That is because that is Gordon's choice. We want to talk about like how I was like, oh, I would do the same thing because I want to save these people too. I mean, maybe this guy doesn't. We already said he was crowbarring all the scientists to death. So yeah, maybe this guy isn't. Maybe he's a fucking sociopath. But oh man, yeah, Gordon chooses to go to Zen. He gets asked. They can't force you to go to Zen.
Yeah.
You as the player have so much firepower, you can literally kill everyone there and turn around and leave. But that isn't what Gordon would do. He wants to go to Zen. And he goes to Zen and he stops the portal storm. Turns out, because the portal storm had opened up, the Combine got to see where Earth was and they knew exactly where to go. Oops. But yeah. Oh boy.
It's just a really childish take that, oh, you're cool because everyone says you're cool. No one in Half-Life 2 is saying you're cool. You're an icon for them. You're a symbol for their freedom.
Yeah, they're happy to meet you because you represent freedom as the Vortigons say, and as the graffiti on the walls and everything says, the one free man. The one man who has never lived under the oppression of the Combine and who is going to fight back. So why aren't you helping us fight back? Yeah, it's a rallying cry.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty fucking good one, too.
It is. Talk about using his name to have great meaning and symbolism.
Yeah, and that's something they probably couldn't have planned in Half-Life 1 when it was probably just a random name they gave him, Gordon Freeman.
Yeah. It's such a great fucking thing to take a name they already had established.
Yeah, and use it for that purpose.
Yeah.
It is very impressive.
much less cool are these characters now that they can't die? They're invincible, which cheapens their supposed importance to the story. And because they are...
Okay.
Do you understand what would happen if they let Barney or Alex and stuff die? Because I can tell you what would happen, because it happened in Half-Life 1, and this is where they learned that lesson.
I was just about to say!
You get game over, mission critical asset has fallen. Is that what you prefer? Because guess what? They also can very much die in Half-Life 2. They just are incredibly durable.
Yeah, I was just about to say all of that. You got to it before I could. How the fuck do you make this argument?
Yeah, it's like, oh my god.
You can kill every scientist you meet in Half-Life 1. Some of them are going to give you a fucking game over because you can't continue without their help.
Yes. Oh my goodness sakes.
Oh my god.
to come up with contrived reasons for them not to stick around for long. So even though Barney is extremely important to the game, and even though he's in a lot of the game, you never get to fight alongside him like you did in Half-Life 1, because the player would quickly realize he was invincible, and then he's like Sergeant Johnson in Halo 2. Boring.
What? One, you do fight alongside of him. You even showed before this, you had to like cut away from him because I think you realized what you just did. We even show where you're fighting alongside him.
How the fuck?
Are you serious? Oh. And then, as I said, so you want it to be like Half-Life 1, where if certain key figures die, you get a game over and have to reload a save. That's what you prefer. What is happening?
Well, the thing is, you can get some of the rebels to follow you around later in the game, and they do get killed off pretty easily. Like, I'm sorry,
I even make it a challenge in whenever I play Half-Life 2 to keep all those guys alive. It is hard. They go down fast.
I am not that dedicated in the slightest. I'm sorry, but
no, that's understandable.
You realize how fucking annoying it would be to play this game if you constantly had to worry about keeping Alex or Barney alive. Like, that's a complaint that people have for other games where, oh man, escort missions are the worst because it's so difficult to keep this character alive when they keep running dick first into all the enemies.
Yeah. Also, yes, he did just insult Sergeant Johnson in Halo and call him boring.
Oh.
Yeah, and as somebody pointed out, none of the NPCs like Barney, Grigori, or Alex are immortal. They just have high health regeneration, but it's 100% possible for them to die. Yes.
Yeah,
you can actually get a game over in Half-Life 2 if they die.
Yeah,
but
I've gotten that with Grigori.
Yeah, they didn't want to frustrate players. Okay, it's a bit of it's a quality of life break from letting them. Oh, you know, I as the player can only take 2 claw swipes from a zombie. Grigori takes hundreds. Like, so you want Grigori to die and make you game over and have to start over again
at 2 swipes.
Yeah, it's like, do you understand how immensely frustrating that would be?
The reason the Marine Halo and the Barneys in Half-Life 1 were so compelling is because you could try to keep them alive. Barneys could open weapon caches, so there was a quantifiable reward for keeping them alive, in addition to the enjoyment of fighting.
Okay, Barney, only one Barney, actually 2 if we get into the whole, like, you saved him from getting eaten by his buddy. There are only 2 Barneys that open weapon caches for you, okay?
Yeah, it's extremely... Well, I was going to say extremely rare. You already covered it. There's 2.
Yes. It's like, okay. Like, okay, yeah. Again, as 606 points out, like Leon babysitting Ashley Graham in RE4.
I haven't played...
Is that what you wanted?
I haven't played Resident Evil 4, but I've heard a lot of good things about it. But,
it is good. It is good, but I'm one of the people that doesn't like the new stuff.
I've heard a lot of complaints about keeping that bitch alive.
Yes. Oh my god, yes. In fact, there is actually a pay-to-win, what we call it pay-to-win. It's just if you have the PlayStation. You could get an alternative skin that put her in a suit of armor and she could no longer be carried off.
That's
like, oh, it's so good.
That is funny.
the suit of armor was too heavy. So if they ever tried to like pick her up, they fall over because she's too heavy to carry. Yeah, and also the compelling thing was you could keep them alive. He says minutes after admitting he killed most NPCs for weapons and fun. Yeah. Oh boy.
This video is all over the fucking place. Jesus Christ.
This is why we say script your videos and then re-script them.
Yeah.
Alongside a buddy. Real character, he is no longer allowed to participate, and he is no longer allowed to be in danger, and that completely ruins the player's investment in him.
Even though they are put in danger.
Yeah, and how would that even ruin the player's investment in them? How?
Well, that's the thing, is characters could still die as, like, part of the narrative, if the developers chose so, and I'm sorry, chat, spoilers for Episode 2 of Half-Life 2, but a major fucking character dies at the very end of that game, because that's what the story dictated. You could still be invested in these characters, and they could still be killed off.
Gage, it is a New Game Plus feature. It's just if you had the PlayStation version, you could get that. If you didn't, you got other costumes. So that's why it jokingly got called Pay to Win, because it was locked to specific versions of RE4.
Life 2 was Alex getting nearly killed in Episode 2. I never thought for a second they actually had the balls to kill her off, and guess what? They didn't. Instead, they killed Eli Vance, another retcon character nobody cares about.
What do you mean nobody
buddy?
cares about? What do you mean?
Okay.
That was
Oh my god.
to watch Alex see her father get disemboweled in front of her.
Yeah,
and get his brain sucked out.
Okay, I have the best fucking counter to this. A few years ago, Vinny Vinesauce streamed all of the Half-Life games. When he got to the end of Episode 2, he didn't want to go into that final room because that is such a tragic fucking sequence and he cared about the character and didn't want to see him die. When he went into that room and the character died, chat fucking lit up. Because most of them, I can't say they all, most of them cared about Eli as a character.
Yeah.
We're talking thousands of people in a chat for a stream. Yeah, you objectively cannot say no one cares about Eli. What the
yeah. Again, these are like incredibly, not just bad argumentation, but bad faith all around. Holy shit. And straw manning. Like, maybe your delusional self didn't care about it. Like, my god, we're already getting some sociopathic signs with you murdering helpless scientists just for the fun of it.
Eli Vance's death is one of the most tragic moments in gaming. Yes, it's so well done, the voice acting and the way everything happens.
Oh god, I can't say that because that's spoilers for Alex.
Yeah, no, I know what you're referring to, and
hearing a certain phrase again, instantaneous, like digging up of all the old wounds. And I don't say wounds as a negative. I say wounds as in the whole, like, it hurt to see Eli die.
Yeah, oh man. I don't know how someone could say that. And calling him a retcon character too. Fuck off.
Yeah, it's, oh god. Well, we're only 7 minutes into this video. we're
Pain.
very painful.
Pain.
Even worse, unlike resemblance to his old NPC from Half-Life 1.
Because he fucking aged! 20 years went by!
They even call this out, that they're shocked you haven't aged a day. Eli even says, "Man, get a look at you, man. Hey, you haven't aged a bit." Oh boy.
Eli looks different in Half-Life 2 than he did in Half-Life 1. Because 20 fucking years went by, you fucking brainlet!
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh boy.
Please, until after the experiment. Excuse me, Gordon, but I'm rather busy. I can't be bothered right now.
It makes me sick, and it makes me sicker that the fucking fans seem to have fallen for it. They actually think they're getting some kind of
Fallen
grand
for it.
continuity. Are you really this fucking stupid?
No, are you really this fucking stupid? Your entire argumentation have been blatantly false throughout this entire video so far.
Okay.
Are you this stupid?
Okay. You know what? If you don't like the game, that's fine. If you have stupid reasons for not liking the game, they're just factually untrue. You know what? That's fine too. You can dislike the game for any reason you want. If you think there's too much sword fighting in fucking Half-Life 2, and that's the reason you don't like it, then fucking go ahead. But calling other people fucking stupid for falling for this shit, fuck
When you
right
don't
the
know
hell
what you're
off.
talking about.
When you're
like complaining
Demonstrably
about
don't know what you're
pauses.
talking about.
Yes. Your own video shows you have no idea what you're talking about already. Awkward pauses in fucking normal cadence of speech. What the fuck?
Yeah, this has moved out of simply being salty over a sequel he doesn't like, and this has moved on to the full-on dickhead territory.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh.
Said you'd be coming this way. I don't think it occurred
That's
to
not
me
an
that you might
awkward
actually-
pause!
Do it again?
She's walking into an elevator. And keep in mind, he said the awkward pauses were so they could mug for the camera. She's doing an animation going into the elevator. And maybe she's waiting for Gordon to respond, but because he's a silent protagonist, he doesn't respond. And that's
And
what
you know-
prompts the line, "Oh, not much of a talker, are you?" Like,
Yeah.
This awkward pause shit is pissing me off.
My father worked with you back in Black Mesa. I'm sure you don't remember me, though. Man, a few words, aren't you?
See why this is weird?
No?
No. We're getting more and more glimpses into why you're a fucking weirdo, though. God, I'm much more of a fan of don't attack the person, attack the argument, but when it's such bad faith argumentation and, like, stuff that you're even demonstrating is false right in front of us? Holy crap, man. I don't think he knows what an awkward pause is either. At all.
No, not at all. Fucking hell.
You know what? Hey, Creetosis.
Yeah?
There you go.
Character dialogue to a minimum. Everything somebody says to you starts and ends the conversation in a single line. They're usually just shouting instructions or are cut off, and even at the beginning of the game when you can stand around with people, they just shoo you away and don't engage in conversation. The guys that made Half-Life 1 knew the limitations of a character who doesn't speak, and worked around them. The guys who made Half-Life 2 turned those limitations into a lame joke without fixing them. Hang that lampshade for all you're worth, fuckers. If you hang it enough times, maybe we'll forget it's even there. It's as if their entire knowledge about
Okay, so yeah, this
The
is
game-
definitely an edgelord kid that just learned what lampshade hanging is and what retcons are. This is some kid that just discovered TV tropes.
Yeah. And he's talking like there aren't any conversations in Half-Life 1, even though there fucking are. How does
Yeah.
someone who's played the game this many times not realize, there's that big conversation before you go into the test chamber. There's the scientists explaining everything before you go into the Zen portal.
Yeah, it's amazing. Or the guy talking about how the military is of no use to us. Did you not realize that that's more than one line when he starts going into, well, seems their idea of containment is to just kill everyone off and silence everyone forever. Like, do you think that's a single line? Like, what is this?
Pain.
And again, he goes into the guys who made. You don't even know.
It's
Okay? You don't even you have a Scooby of who made Half-Life 1. I guarantee it, because you're gonna find them same names. Guess what? They in Half-Life 2.
Oh. I'm just... The only thing that's coming into my mind right now is that reaction image of fucking Eli with pain under it. Pain.
They're waiting for you, Gordon, in the test chamber.
Maybe that's what we should call the stream. Pain.
About Half-Life 1 is taking a page. It says here that Half-Life was known for its long train ride and voiceless protagonist with a crowbar. I don't remember our entire game being about that, but it's got a citation, so that means it's true. People gave Half-Life 1 a lot of grief for its long intro. I know some people back in the day who...
You need a citation for so much of your claims. Like, at least in your hypothetical of how this happened, in your crazy straw man of how this happened, there was a citation. Okay? They actually have more basis than you in your own straw man. Holy crap. Okay.
Yeah, I don't even know at this point. This is... When you told me about the first 40 seconds of this video, I thought, okay, there's gonna be some problems, but, you know, maybe he will have some valid criticisms.
I thought there was something here as well, because there are things to talk about in Half-Life 2. Maybe we'll go over that if he doesn't go over it, like some of the issues. But, oh boy.
Yeah, this is just pure insanity so far. I don't know what else to call it.
bought during the opening train ride and just played Counter-Strike instead. So Half-Life 2 started...
What?
Well, okay, one.
I'm rewinding that. 1 second. I need to hear that.
That means it's true. People gave Half-Life 1 a lot of grief for its long intro. I know some people back in the day who bought Half-Life, quit during the opening train ride, and just played Counter-Strike instead. So Half-Life 2...
Okay, so... Here's why this doesn't work for many problems. Counter-Strike did not exist at the same exact time as Half-Life, okay?
Yeah.
Do you understand? It was a mod that was made after Half-Life, right? And then they hired the people that made the mod to make it official. So you're saying that people already knew about the tram ride because this was revolutionary in shooters. This idea of pacing and setting a tone and mood had never been done before.
And not to mention establishing, like, parts of the world to you, too.
That's what I mean. It's setting the tone and the mood.
Well, yeah, tone and mood, but also, like, establishing Black Mesa as this massive facility and all the things they're involved in.
Yeah.
There's a lot of details you could get just from observing during the tram ride.
So, yeah, as we pointed out, Counter-Strike did not even exist when Half-Life 1 did. It came in later. It's a mod on the same engine. Okay, so this would have already been a well-known thing. So you're telling me that these people went in knowing about this and quit anyways to play Counter-Strike.
Well, here's the worst.
So I am going to need a huge cite your sources on this one.
Well, here's the worst part about that.
Evidence.
The tram ride isn't that long. It's a few minutes. If someone is so fucking ADHD, coming from someone who is ADHD, that you can't sit through the fucking tram ride, that's a problem with them and not the game.
Yeah. I am very much doubting that he played Half-Life back then. I am very much a press X to doubt right now.
Yeah.
The more you talk about this, the more I'm like, I don't think you actually played Half-Life until way later.
Yeah.
Maybe that friend you were talking about is you.
Starts on a train. Oh, here we go again. But wait, it's a short sequence. Oh, hooray, Half-Life 2, so much better. Clever train joke, guys.
Okay, so
What?
this is stupid because
All right.
There's still a fairly sizable section at the start of the game before you get your first weapon, where you're going through the city and things are being established to you. The tone is being established, the mood, and the world as a whole. It's all being established to you as you travel to Kleiner's lab.
And the train is very, very specifically chosen for a good reason. It is how anybody arrives in City 17.
Yeah.
And they even, if you listen to the NPCs, they even say trains are always arriving, but they never leave. Nobody ever gets on them. They're always coming, but nobody goes. Oh boy.
Drawn out cold open again. Oh, but then you walk around not doing shit for 20 minutes, just like in Half-Life 1. And after that, you stand around and listen to people talk.
Not doing
Dialogue.
shit. Not doing the entire point of walking around at the start of Half-Life 2
dude,
is to set up the oppression that is happening.
You know what this is? This is a kid going, I'm bored because nothing's happening.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, holy crap.
Anyone with 2 brain cells to rub together can, like, learn stuff from looking at the world as you're traveling to Kleiner's lab.
Yep. It's like, what did he think? Did he think that when the NPC says, please, it's all I have left, and when he gets told to move away, and he gets pushed into the thing and gets shown that he's going to get a beating if he doesn't leave? Did you think that was nothing? They're setting up how oppressive this world is.
Or the checkpoints or the raids on the buildings. Fuck, I can't remember the exact lines leading up to it, but the 2 characters eventually say, yeah, it starts with 1 building, then it's the entire block.
Yeah.
They've got no reason to search us. Don't worry, they'll find one.
Yeah. Again, they're setting up the fact of just how authoritarian the Combine regime is.
And the building you're in gets raided as you're in it, even though it wasn't the initial target for that block.
Yep.
You see a guy on the ground being arrested by police at the end of an alleyway, and they tell you to fuck off if you get close to them. $5 super chat from Peek the Cat. Thank you. Every Elder Scrolls opening is a funny prisoner joke because they all use that opening by this guy's logic. Yeah.
Yep.
It's... Oh my god, this is such a terrible, terrible fucking video. Jesus Christ.
Again, it's hard not to attack the person behind the video because the argumentation is that bad faith and just that hopelessly wrong. And he's already said that anybody that likes this are fucking idiots for falling for it.
Yeah, which, oh my god, what a shitty fucking thing to say.
Dialogue you can't be a part of either, which makes it very, very, very awkward. Sometimes they turn that awkwardness into cutesy jokes, and sometimes the dialogue just is cutesy jokes. The character vocab may look realistic, but the mocap does not. All of the animations look like they were lifted from...
Okay, so, vocab. Citation needed on that. Mocap. They didn't use vocab.
What the fuck is vocab?
I think he's saying so that they could do lip syncing and voice recording, but yeah, no, that's not a thing. It's a thing later. Stuff like LA Noire does facial capture. They don't call it vocab, they call it facial capture.
Yeah. Yeah, because I've never heard vocab before.
Yeah.
And I was going to say this on the last pause, I forgot to. Why I said it's just a kid.
Dominic, it's not mocap either. Yeah, there's no mocap in Half-Life 2.
But anyways, I was going to say this on the last pause and kind of forgot when we were talking about how it's just a kid mad that he's not shooting things right away. Maybe that's why he was saying Call of Duty 2 is more influential, because you could probably just get to the shooting pretty quickly in that game, right?
Yeah, God, I forgot that he said Call of Duty 2 was the influential one. Oh my god. Wow, it's definitely explaining so much.
Oh, fuck.
from a silent film. Credit to Half-Life 2, they usually give you something fun to do while the people talk. Well, sometimes anyway. But what is that? Is that an admission that your dialogue is corny as shit and boring as church? I'd rather throw physics junk at people than follow along with the story? Good fucking work there, guys.
No, they give it because interacting with the world was kind of the point of the Source engine. That you could interact with these objects because it was physics. And oh my god, look, there's things you can do with it.
Pretty much the entire game is built around you interacting with objects in the world.
Yes. Oh man. This is hopeless. It's hopeless.
It is. This is fucking insane. We're almost a third of the way through. Almost.
Yeah, almost.
How much worse is it going to get?
I have no idea because this is horrible. I love that he says that the dialogue is awkward and shit like that. It's like, one, it would be, I would say it's subjective because you haven't actually shown any of the dialogue to show, hey, this is awkward. Hey, this is boring. You're not actually citing your sources. So all we can go off is that you subjectively think it's boring. I didn't. Congratulations, your argument's now destroyed. You just need one person that says, no, it wasn't boring to me.
Yeah, whether you find something boring or not is entirely subjective. Most people find watching paint dry boring as all hell. Some people paint miniatures and find that shit fascinating as fuck.
Yeah. And the thing is, like, if you want to turn it into an objective criticism, like, this is boring, show us it being boring. Show us, like, the dialogue hanging or not going anywhere or having awkward scripting and stuff like that. My god, you showed us the awkward pauses and that actually disproved you.
Yeah. He had to put awkward pause on the screen in text because if you had just listened to it without that, then...
You wouldn't have noticed the awkward pauses. Ever.
Yeah, because there are none.
The breath. Yeah. You wouldn't have even noticed them breathing, taking a breath or anything like that. Like normal humans do.
Story, right? Who fucking cares? It completely disregards everything from Half-Life 1. How could you possibly be invested in?
It doesn't fucking disregard everything from Half-Life 1! Oh my god!
Yeah, it absolutely doesn't. Also, no, Call of Duty 2 is more influential. I will disagree with that vehemently. Call of Duty 4 is the influential one. Call of Duty 2 was not the influential one. Its sequel didn't even take after Call of Duty 2. That's how uninfluential it was.
$20.
Their sequel, like Call of Duty 3, did not go after it.
$20 from Dominic the Donkey. Thank you. Why are we here? Just to suffer? Yes, apparently. My god, this is fucking... We're here to watch other people suffer stupidity. Yes, that's what we're dealing with right now.
Yeah. It's
Oh my god.
very rough.
Very.
It takes 20 or 30 minutes to get started establishes the setting, just like Half-Life's tram ride. But Half-Life had to establish the world because it was interesting and different.
Wait, well, okay, well, we're going to get into that one, too. But I also need to talk about the thing. Yes, Call of Duty 2 was influential. I'm not saying there was no influence from it whatsoever. I'm saying it was not more influential than Half-Life 2. That did facial animations, physics engines, proper nav meshing with actual AI flagging and triggers. There's so much that Half-Life 2 brought to the entire industry. And how to properly do set pieces. Holy crap.
I'm going to rewind this just a bit.
But yes, Call of Duty 4, which is Modern Warfare, that was the one that exploded in influentialness. That's the one that started an entire genre.
In it. That that takes 20 or 30 minutes to get started establishes the setting, just like Half-Life's tram ride. But Half-Life had to establish the world because it was interesting and different. The real main character of Half-Life was Black Mesa, with a sweet Cold War X-Files vibe, and what felt like endless mystery. The different parts of the facility felt like they had different ages, new and old construction, and you wondered just what went on in there. Half-Life 2 takes great pains to set up City 17, but it doesn't need to. It's a human city, post-apocalyptic setting, 1984 style oppressors and an alien regime. All this
Do you understand that
Post-apocalypse.
needs to? Do you need to understand that all needs to be set up, right? All of that needs to be set up, and post-apocalypse because it's after the portal storms and the 8-hour war.
Yeah, 7-hour war, but that's not
Yeah,
necessarily.
sorry. Yeah.
That's not necessarily an apocalypse, though, is it?
I mean, humanity lost, and we're now suffering under oppression because of a massive alien invasion that destroyed society.
Yeah, but
So I'd say that's an apocalypse. Yeah, humanity isn't free to continue or go anywhere. We're not growing or progressing.
yeah,
We're not even allowed to breed in Half-Life 2. Again, they have the suppression fields on.
yeah.
Yeah, it's like you understand that all of that needs to be set up too, right? Is he just saying that you literally could have gone in and like immediately you just G-Man plops you out with a handgun
Well-
and shoot the civil protection in the face?
Well, he already said the opening of Half-Life 2 is 20 minutes of doing nothing, which is just fucking insane.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say I would call it apocalypse as well. The apocalypse has happened, and we're in
Alright.
the post-apocalypse. It's not the same as, like, a Mad Max or a Fallout or anything, but it's still the apocalypse. Humanity is no longer dominant. It's fallen into decay and everything.
Yeah, fair enough.
You see it for 5 seconds and instantly know what's going on. You don't need to do the slow walk through streets and apartments because the setting is so basic. Black Mesa needed to be
The
set
setting
up.
is so
An
basic.
old city under authoritarian rule doesn't need to be set up.
It absolutely does. Like I said, what, do you just want a G-Man to drop you out of a portal with a gun and you shoot a person right in front of you that's just wearing a mask?
Apparently.
What is this, Australia?
No, No, Australia's police would shoot you for not wearing a mask.
Yeah.
There's the key difference.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Never mind. You're right. I'm inaccurate. We are 10 and a half minutes into the video. I love how he's saying, like, a 1984 oppressive style authoritarian regime doesn't need to be set up. Are you crazy? Is that your actual claim?
Okay,
He's
well,
saying yes.
well, let's be equally disingenuous. A fucking massive mad scientist lab doesn't need to be set up.
Yeah. If we want to do the same sort of fucking, like, reductive argumentation, there you go.
Yeah. It's so bad. It's so stupid.
It's just a thing everybody fact. They've seen it in TV, movies, and on the news for years. Half-Life 2 tries its hand at mystery with the
On the news for years during Half-Life 2's release. Nah, dog. I'm
Nah.
gonna say that's much more of a recent thing. I mean, this video came out in 2000, what again?
14, I believe.
14. So I'm thinking he's getting more of the news of that day, yeah. But yeah, no, I ain't thinking 2003 and 4 era. I don't remember that being like 1984 regimes everywhere. Or
Well-
having thought crimes and shit like that going around.
Yeah, this is literally just someone ranting aimlessly about a game he doesn't like. I don't know what else this could be.
Yeah. I'm very much, yeah. My favorite part of 1984 is he grabbed a USP and started popping heads. Yeah, I know. Oh, boy.
and they introduce you to the location by redoing the tram ride thing towards the end of the game. And on this tram ride, you don't see anything interesting and can't move. The level is boring and
What?
plain. Nothing
What do
of
you
interest
mean?
is happening.
Do you understand
I
what
was
they did with this tram ride? With this, it's not even a tram ride; it's a prisoner pod.
I was in fucking awe when I saw this ride for the first time. And keep in mind, when I first saw this tram ride on fucking Half-Life 2, not tram ride, prisoner pod. This was before I was like looking at media critically. I wasn't thinking, it wasn't at the forefront of my thought, okay, what is this establishing? What is this teaching me? What is this showing me, and just
Yeah.
all that. And even then, I was awestruck by this sequence because holy shit, they're showing so much here.
Yeah, do you like the entire point of this prisoner pod ride was now you get to understand what you are actually up against here, Gordon. This is what you're up against. You see the marching troops, like formations of Combine walking with tons of Striders coming, with full-on tanks being prepped for battle.
Oh yeah,
You are now being informed of exactly what you are now up against. Yeah, it's at the end, but you need to understand this is what you've now awoken.
Yeah, they're pulling out the artillery. That's what this is telling us.
Yeah.
Intro, you passed a cool cafeteria built into a huge canyon, and you thought, man, I want to go there. You passed robots doing mysterious stuff. You went through multiple levels of the facility. Some of it was breaking down. It got older and less inviting as you went on until you were deep in the facility. This was important because the rest of the game is spent trying so hard.
Now, remember that he said that you look at nothing, and notice how he watched as that stalker is being forced to do whatever labor he is under gunpoint.
Yeah. Yeah, those stalkers were people once who resisted just a little bit too much, and they turned them into that.
Yeah. Cool boy.
Hard to reach the surface. You have no choice but to go back down. It was an emotional roller coaster, fighting your way up and then going back down. And it was important to establish just how deep in you were, so that every time you took an elevator or climbed up a ladder, you hoped you were getting closer to the surface, but you knew you were still way below ground. What does this sequence in Half-Life 2 mean? That the Citadel is big? You know how big it is. You can see the whole thing from outside.
Oh, fuck off, you disingenuous fucking cunt.
It wasn't about the size of the Citadel itself. It was about you understanding that the size of the force is now arrayed against you. You're finally, like, your eyes are awakening to the fact that, all right, the Combine are like, all right, guess what, humanity? You had the chance.
Well,
it's go time.
You had to face off against the Striders earlier in the game, and now they're showing a bunch of them coming out. So it's showing that these creatures you've had trouble fighting, there are so many more of them.
Yes.
That the manufacturing tanks and air vehicles? Duh, they've always got military stuff flying around, and they already invaded and conquered Earth. This doesn't do anything for me. It shows you that there are humans that have been modified and are being used as slave labor. So, you already know most of the Combine soldiers are modified humans. This isn't news. There's no...
What? Okay. You know Combine soldiers are modified humans. You only found that out in Nova Prospect, okay? You didn't know that beforehand. The Civil Protection are normal people. You think Barney is modified? What? For all you know, they're just normal people. Once you get to Nova Prospect and you start understanding that they've been dehumanizing people to make them the Overwatch soldiers. When you get into the Citadel, you realize they've been making people into living slave labor.
Yeah.
Kind of like they've been doing to the Vortigons.
Yeah.
This is supposed to make you understand this is what humanity's fate actually is. Not what Breen is spreading on the propaganda, not what the Civil Protection are actually fighting for. This is the heart of the corruption, where you get to see behind the veil that even the Civil Protection don't get to see.
Yeah, I have to restate again. This very much seems like a kid who doesn't understand what he's seeing, so he's just fucking hand-waving everything as, oh, what's it showing us? That it's big? We can see from the outside it's big. Like, that's such an insanely childish take.
Oh, boy.
No point to this in order to make a pointless callback to the same scene done better in Half-Life 1. Every part of Half-Life 1 made you want to discover and keep moving, either to escape the facility or just to find out what else was in there. Black Mesa was an incredibly mysterious setting. There was also Zen, which was incredibly cool. The first time you go to Zen is awesome.
Okay, hold on. Zen, as somebody that even loves Half-Life, Zen is horrible. Absolutely horrible.
Yeah, as much as
Are
I
you
love Half-Life
actually-
1, Zen is... Okay, not only as someone who loves Half-Life 1, as someone who likes On a Rail, Zen is an issue. Zen is a very big issue. And it's one of the
Yes.
most commonly cited issues with Half-Life 1, even from people who love the game like we do.
Yeah. Oh boy. I don't even want to talk about G-Man Lives, because that guy's an idiot too. Like, holy shit.
He
you should listen to
approves
him
of
call
this
out-
video?
I don't know if it's
No.
this video, but oh boy.
$10 from Dominic the Donkey. Thank you. For fuck's sake, you see humans becoming modified into slaves and your enemies growing and showing off how truly terrifying and powerful they are. So what? I don't know where to even begin. Neither do I, man. It's amazing that a game could go through so much effort to show you so much of its story, only for this guy to take away from it. So what? They've got a big building and military equipment? It's insane. It's actually fucking insane.
I'm waiting to see the gameplay. Like, he's gonna say Zen had good gameplay and everything. I'm gonna be like, what? But yeah, oh boy.
Void were beautiful and enticing. Why is it not in Half-Life 2? Their in-story reason is that they don't need to use Zen anymore to teleport around. So you wrote out the entire plot of Half-Life 1.
No!
No!
Oh boy. The reason they don't need to use Zen anymore is because the Combine set up the teleport network using the fucking Citadel. Oh god. And the other reason they don't need to do it is because some of Zen got brought with the Combine. Because guess what? The Combine kind of want to be able to open up portals willy-nilly all they want to without needing to go through Zen. But even better, he's saying that like it wrote out it, and he didn't even mention the gameplay. He's like, so why isn't Zen in Half-Life 2? Because Zen's gameplay was atrocious. Even Valve said it was atrocious. Anybody who played Half-Life 1 was like, yeah, Zen was bad. You know what Zen? Literally on on TV tropes, it used to be Zen Syndrome, or the Zen level as the trope name, because it was when the game's quality takes a nosedive at the very end. And Zen was awful. Oh, G-Man Lives he is just as much of a douche nozzle as this. His argumentation is basically this. But it's even better. Watch his Fallout 76 video to get what happens when he has to invent reasons that a game is good and make up shit and say that it's great because I had friends.
Oh. Yeah, I remember
Oh,
someone
boy.
criticizing 76 when it first came out, and he I forget who did this video, but the guy responded to that specific argument. It's fun with friends, and and he said, yeah, a lot of things are fun with friends. The Room is fun to watch with friends. It's not something I watch alone.
Yeah, and Dark Souls 1 definitely had a very big Zen syndrome problem. Oh boy. Fucking Lost Eyes look, baby. But we'll get to that because guess who's finally got Dark Souls remastered?
Oh boy, yeah. I'm going to do that at some point. I don't know when, but time is certainly drawing closer on that.
Oh yeah.
Because people didn't like the platforming shit in Zen? So fix it! The setting was amazing, the premise was
How?
amazing, some of the jumps were a bit frustrating, so you canned the whole
How?
concept.
This
A lot of
is the problem. How do you fix Zen's jumping? Okay? How? It isn't simple. There's a reason Black Mesa took years to figure out how to make Zen's setting and platforming style work.
Oh, and by the way, even though there's a 0% chance from anyone at Valve listening to this, fucking hire the Black Mesa team. Please, God, hire the Black Mesa team.
They let them be their own independent thing. They're letting them. They get all the money from that. Well, not all
No,
of it. Valve
I
almost
mean, now that Black Mesa is done, hire the Black Mesa team for future Half-Life.
yeah. Or bring them on as bring them under your wing. They're called the Crowbar Collective. Bring them under your wing. You don't even have to hire them, but publish their stuff for them, so they don't have to ever worry about finding publishers or anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, Black Mesa absolutely fixed Zen. It absolutely. But you see how long it took them to fix Zen.
Yeah, it took a while for them to get it together.
We're not even talking about, if we talk about from when Half-Life originally launched to Black Mesa Zen, we're talking even longer. But it took them years from just Black Mesa's launch to finally put Zen in and have it fixed. Because it is not easy to come up with this sort of style and theme and everything and make something like that work in gameplay terms.
Half-Life is a city experiments with teleportation and unleashes horror on the world. Solid, simple premise, ripe for exploration. Zen wasn't an overtly hostile place, and neither were most enemies. What it really felt like is that all these portals opened by the Resonance Cascade were just letting alien flora and fauna in, which flourished outside of their restricted habitat. But the aliens felt like wild animals. Some of them would attack each other. Head crabs would get eaten or killed by bull squids, because that was just the natural predator-prey relationship they had. There wasn't any suck Earth's resources dry horse shit, or any of that our true destination is Earth nonsense. It was like...
Because we weren't dealing with the Combine back then.
Yeah, the Combine didn't know Earth existed until we stuck our dick in Zen, and the Combine, who were already investigating Zen, realized, oh, well, Zen has some resources, but this is an entire planet of resources. Me likey.
$5 from Peak the Cat. Thank you. It's fun with friends is the worst argument. Throwing a stick at a brick wall is fun with friends. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
pretty much anything can be fun with friends. It's such a weak argument.
Like the portals attract aliens, and they came to check it out. When they found a world ripe for the conquering, they decided to try it. So in Half-Life 2, that shit is entirely dropped. Now all of a sudden, more aliens show up. They're the Combine, they take over. The only potentially interesting plot point in this is the 7 Hours War, which takes place off-screen and barely gets talked about. And they call it the 7-Hour War to remind you just how badass the aliens are. Oh, fucking wonderful.
Do you understand? Okay? It wasn't to show you how badass the aliens were. It was to show you how outclassed humanity was. Humanity was not ready for this fight.
Do you realize how fucking bad a war would go for, 10th century humanity if we fought them now with current, military power?
Yeah.
A knight in armor isn't going to know what to fucking do with a tank rolling up and blowing the shit out of their castle. If you were to take...
how do you take cover from an A-10 Warhog strike or an Apache attack helicopter?
Yeah.
In medieval times, okay? Here be dragons. These are like literal gods have now come to your world. It happened right at the end of Half-Life 1. The portal storm happens, which is what lets the Combine start the invasion of Earth. It's right after the portal storms and ravage Earth. All of a sudden, the Combine are like, whoop, we're coming in.
He's pretty much just complaining about stuff happening off screen, but it's not necessarily going to be a bad thing in every situation. It works in this instance.
Yes, cool pizza cook. Wasn't the whole reason the Combine showed up was because Nihilith was killed off by Freeman? Yes. Freeman caused Half-Life 2, but he's claiming that Half-Life 2 says Half-Life 1 didn't happen at all.
Well, hold on. Didn't Half-Life 1 even vaguely reference the Combine through Nihilith, being under their control?
He says there are worse things out there.
Also, I just want to read a comment from Dominic the Donkey quickly. CBT is fun with friends.
Yes, Nihilith knew that Black Mesa existed. Once the Resonance Cascade started, Nihilith was able to then hold the portal open. That's what Lambda Team was searching for. That's why they needed the satellite up in orbit, so they could triangulate where the signal from the portals was coming from. That's why they need you to go into Zen to find who's keeping the portal open.
Yeah.
And that causes the portal storms to happen.
You can go with something plot 7-hour war because 7 sounds cool and it's shorter than any other war. Bungie called, they want their gimmick back. So this
What?
Fuck off.
Okay. Bungie called me want their gimmick back. Dude, you are just a fucking edgelord.
Yeah,
What?
literally
Anyways,
just a salty kid at this point. Like, I don't... That's...
do you understand why there's similar situations? Humanity in the Halo universe actually had a slight bit of a chance to fight back against the Covenant. Not when they get sucker punched, mind you, but they have a slight chance. Humanity in Half-Life has our level of technology versus beings way beyond us.
Yeah.
Not even close. We don't even have technology remotely close to what the Combine have.
Yeah. If aliens ever visit our planet and they've traveled, like, countless light years away, we're instantly fucked. There's no way we could do anything against them. We would not be able to stand against a society that advanced.
Yep.
Hell, the 7-hour war might even be an overestimate, you know?
exciting new enemy, grab bag of boring humanoid enemies, instead of the interesting alien fauna and enigmatic alien army. Interesting, somewhat organic
Boring?
technology is replaced by the usual angles and eyeballs crap. So in Half-Life 2, you fight a bunch of dudes. Oh, they still got real mileage out of the head crab thing. I get it, the head crab is iconic, but it's just insulting.
Okay. Why is it insulting? And do you understand why they got mileage out of it? The Combine realized the head crabs were a very effective biological weapon.
Yeah,
Why do you think they launched them from pods to attack places they don't like?
Yeah. That's the whole point of Ravenholm. People had escaped Combine rule and came to this place to be away from the Combine, and they shelled the fuck out of it and took them all out through the use of head crabs. They didn't have to set down a single fucking soldier in there.
Yeah, the Combine are from a different universe. That's what G-Man even hints at that even more. I can't say that. Just shift. Nothing. Anyways, back to the video.
Remember these zombies? They're popular now, right? There are more types of zombie in Half-Life 2 than there are any other type of enemy. I'm not even fucking kidding. Head crab, fast head crab, poison head crab, zombie, fast zombie, carrier zombie. I get it, you think you're Halo.
You think you're Halo? Wow. So, did you not realize that there are different types of zombies in Half-Life 1? Did you fuck that up? You, mister, have played especially Opposing Force, which shows the genome? Did you? Wow.
But it's also that really childish, like, very surface level look at something. Half-Life did multiple different types of zombies, and Halo did multiple different types of zombies too, so clearly it's a ripoff. Like,
Yeah.
Is no one allowed to do different zombie variants now that Halo has done it? So is Left 4 Dead a ripoff of Half-Life 2 zombies, which is a ripoff of Halo zombies now?
Which is a ripoff of Half-Life 1 zombies.
Yeah.
Like, how far back we going here, son?
Yeah,
I'm waiting for this, because he's getting into the pick up the can thing. I want to see what the hell he says about this.
Yeah.
Because remember, he said this game was only vocap. Because now
Oh,
I know
boy.
he meant vocap now, and vehicles. What? So yeah, let's get into this.
Oh, I just want to read a comment quickly, too. I'm sorry, but the zombies in Half-Life 2 came out before the zombie video game craze started. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's true, too.
It was done once; it can never be done again.
Apparently.
Gonna back up a bit.
Yeah.
Crab, poison head crab, zombie, fast zombie, carrier zombie. I get it, you think you're Halo. Oh, good for you. Physics in Ragdoll in 2004. Trespasser was just as self-congratulatory in 1998, when it was the first game to implement a physics engine.
Okay, do you understand why Trespasser's physics engine didn't take off? It was a fucking bug-riddled, uncontrollable nightmare. All right?
I've never
There's a
played
reason-
Trespasser, so I have no idea what he's referring to here.
He's kind of showing on screen what the problem is here with Trespasser.
He's putting in
So,
the... Wait. Rather than just aiming and clicking a button, you have to move the arm physically to, like...
yes.
Oh.
Same thing with the aim guns or do anything. Now,
Yeah, I didn't think this actually needed to be said, but doing something first is nowhere near as impressive as doing something really, really fucking well.
wait, did he call one of them a carrier zombie?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, that's
He-
just the poison zombie.
It sounds like he inflated the numbers, because there's only 3 zombie types in Half-Life 2. The default, the poison headcrab zombie, and the fast zombie.
Yeah, and there are 3 head crabs associated. One was associated with each.
Yeah, it sounded like he said 4 or 5 different types of zombies, which is, yeah, just exaggerating it.
Yeah. Oh, good for you. Self-congratulatory. It's like, you understand how crazy revolutionary the physics engine in Source was. Trespasser had a physics engine. It was a fucking nightmare. You know what else had a physics engine? In massive air quotes? Alice Madness Returns. But that was some crazy technical wizardry. It wasn't something you could just plug in. Source, the physics just work.
Sorry, I want to point out a comment quickly. There's a Zombine, too. Wasn't that in...
That was in episode 2.
I thought it was
Or
episode
1.
episode 1 and 2.
Yeah.
But I don't think they were in the base game.
They weren't in the base game, no. They weren't in the base game. Nice.
Heh.
Who gives a shit in Half-Life 2, huh? Who cares? Max Payne 2 doesn't. Shadow Ops Red Mercury doesn't. Secret Service sure as shit doesn't. Hitman can't believe we're even having this conversation. PsyOps thinks your physics are just plain adorable. And everyone's favorite Half-Life 2 level,
Are you
Ravenholm,
fucking
just
crazy?
one big physics wank right in your face. Hey, check out all these scripted traps. Wow, yeah, it is fun to watch a propeller blade shred up a zombie. So, the whole segment is a farce. Father Grigori is a comically unreal character, but he does badass things so the gaming world of 2004 will love him. They'll also love the whole segment because of the
comically
zombies. Yeah, you
Dude, kid, you are a moron of the highest order. Wow. Do you not understand that Ravenholm wasn't just a physics showcase? It was to teach you to use this new technology you had, the gravity gun, to think outside of the box.
Yeah, which is needed, especially when you reach the Citadel, because there's sections of the game you can only get by using the physics gun, the grav gun.
Yes, this dude literally said Shadow Ops Red Mercury. Yes. And PsyOps and everything like that. And that Hitman, can't believe we're having this conversation. You realize Hitman had ragdolls, not physics.
Yeah, ragdolls are not. Deus Ex Invisible War had ragdolls that you could hide in like dumpsters and stuff. That doesn't mean it has a good physics engine. Like I said, doing something and doing something really, really fucking well are 2 different things. He called Half-Life 2's physics engine adorable compared to one of the other games, but it's a really good fucking physics engine.
It is.
Half-Life 2...
It's still the peak of physics engines because it's that robust. It just fucking works. It isn't until Alex with Source 2 where physics go insane and we now got crazy like full-on cloth simulation in actual physics, and physics objects being able to be inside of other physics objects and not freaking the hell out. Boy, oh god.
You loved zombies were huge in 2004. Great. Ravenholm is Half-Life 2's bell-bottom jeans. And you know what your pretty fucking physics engine is running on? Source, sure, right, which is a new version of Gold Source, the engine Half-Life 1 was built on.
It's not
and you know what Gold
just
Source
a new
was?
version.
Quake.
It's not just a new version. To say
Listen.
that it's just a new version of Gold Source totally misunderstands how much work went into creating the Source engine.
Listen how insanely fucking salty he's getting over all this.
He is. He is absolutely, like, tears in the eyes raging at this point.
Yeah, it's literally the meme. No, your game doesn't do physics as well.
Oh, God. Yeah, like I said, I want to attack the argumentation, not the person, but his argumentation
It's hard not
is
to.
so vile that, and he's already started attacking other people. It's like, if you like this, you're just a fucking idiot who fell for it. It's like, oh my
Yeah.
god. Yes, you, the intellectual, did not fall for their schemes. Yes, you, the fucking whiny piece of shit. Ugh.
Why was Team Fortress Life? Because it was the best multiplayer mod ever? No, because it was easy, because Half-Life was already Quake, and Half-Life 2 is still just Quake. 8 years after Quake. It's fun and simple to play, it has all the trappings an FPS should have,
Did
and
you
it's
just
nice and
say-
smooth, because it's Quake!
Did you just say Half-Life 2 is just Quake? You are...
He didn't just
idiot.
say it, he said it twice.
Wow.
Crowbar go brr. Yep.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, he literally did the your game doesn't do things well. And again, I want to hold this game as like, this is old, but he has not retracted these statements as far as we can tell. He is still thumbsing up people that are like, yeah, dude, you're right, and stuff like that. And oh boy, it is.
Have you
This is horrible.
have you sorted his comments by recent to see if there's any comments in the past few months that are disagreeable or that agree with him, that are like that he's
No, I
still
haven't
hard.
seen any where he favorites him, but here's one. Barney's actually an alien hive mind from Zen. That's why he remembers everything, because he was every single guard at once, and he favorited that comment 3 years ago.
3 years ago. Wow.
I think you may have solved Half-Life, is what he responded with.
And yeah, the one of the comments earlier told us that he walked all this back 3 years ago, so I don't know about
Did he?
that.
Did he? Okay. We'll see if he did or not. But yeah, we're
Well, no,
dealing
what I'm
with
pointing
we're
out
being
is what I'm
we're
pointing out
dealing
is
with what we're presented at the moment, not what they became later.
anyways.
Demo to begin with, bog standard mechanics with revolutionary 3D rendering. So Half-Life 2 is in 3D, and it's 2004. Who cares? Have you ever stopped to realize how fucking few game mechanics Half-Life has? Walk, jump, shoot, use. That's it. Throw in some cool guns and nobody will care that you basically need 5 buttons and a mouse to play it. Half-Life
What?
Is that a bad thing?
Yeah. I don't get like where this anger thing is, but him just saying it only has those mechanics. Do you understand that what you have is a basis that you can then build off of to make things more intricate? You're actually showing one of the fights that builds off of one of the mechanics. You said that it only needs 5 buttons. Being quiet during this fight, you crouch, you go slow. It's building off of a mechanic you know now.
And you use grenades to distract it by having noise play elsewhere.
Yeah, that's a mechanic. Using noise to distract an enemy is a mechanic. Wow. Yeah, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines is my favorite Quake mod. Yeah, I know.
And another comment I want to point out, there's elegance and simplicity. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's entirely possible for a game to have few controls and still be really fucking good. The amount of controls something has doesn't inherently make something better or worse. It's how they're utilized.
Yeah.
And if he's going to complain about the controls of Half-Life 2, we could easily just say the same thing about Half-Life 1. It's a game where you run and you jump and you shoot. You know, it's so easy to throw these arguments back at Half-Life 1. Like, obviously, we're not saying that about Half-Life 1. It's a good game.
Yeah.
But
As Zoidster is pointing out, though, he's being so reductive for it. It's definitely not 5 buttons. 4 for WASD, spacebar is 1, E for interact is 1, 5 number keys for weapons, crouch is a button, and 2 buttons on the mouse.
yeah.
Yeah.
Half-Life 1 was impressive time to script out tons of interesting game segments. Half-Life 1 was a standard first-person shooter that took place inside an action movie and a horror movie and a sci-fi movie depending on the scene. And that,
What?
in 1998, was insanely cool. Insane. In 2004, it was pathetic. Scripted gameplay sequences were the absolute industry standard even as early as 2004. So what did Half-Life 2 have to offer if not gameplay? In-jokes. Not even story, just
What? Okay. Do you understand the difference between scripted sequences and vignettes? All right. So, there's stuff like vignettes telling the story without ever cutting to a cutscene is incredible in Half-Life 2. The fact they never had to go to a cutscene.
Yeah.
You have games that have scripting, like Modern Warfare, where you are stuck in a room listening to a dude and you can't open the door until that dude opens the door for you. Do you know how much Half-Life 2 tried very hard to never have that happen? For you to be there and be interested in what is actually being said, not to just have an exposition lore dump?
Yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah, he's saying Half-Life invented the story-based shooter. He's saying that, yes, but he's not giving Half-Life 2 any credit for anything it's done.
in-jokes. Make a few cheap, lazy callbacks, people won't notice or care that your so-called sequel has nothing even remotely to do with the game it's based on? Well, you're right, they won't. Why? Because gamers are...
Sorry, little mess up with the pausing there. We're both pausing because what the fuck?
Yeah, we're both in that, like, what?
So,
That has nothing to do with it. You have made this claim. You have never once proven said claim. A nice dig at Max Payne 3, though. But still, this is crazy. And you notice how he did the mug for the camera thing. It's like, she's experiencing an emotional moment, okay?
no, emotion's bad.
Remembering Ravenholm is bad.
Emotion's bad. Just shoot. Yeah, if you're going to make a claim, like, this game has... tries to pretend the original doesn't exist. It's ignoring the original, blah, 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 blah. It has no connection to the original. You have to kind of fucking prove that.
Yes.
Especially when you've already said that it has so many connections to the original. I know we've said this already. How the fuck does it have nothing to do with the original, yet constantly reference the original? Make up your fucking mind!
Like I said, that is mutually exclusive. Unique. So, which one is it?
Fucking hell.
Stupidest fucking people I've come across in my entire life. What made Half-Life's gameplay interesting, aside from just the anticipation of more cool set pieces, was the weapons. Let's talk about weapons, because I've already done level design to death. Half-Life's selection was phenomenal.
Whoa!
The basic pistol was a...
You haven't done level design at all. Cupcake.
No.
Okay. Holy cow. Let's talk about weapons. Do you know that Half-Life 1 and Half-Life 2 don't have pinnacle shooting, right? They're not great shooters, all right? Sorry to spoil that for you. I love me some Half-Life 1 and Half-Life 2.
Yep.
Their shooting is not what I would say is like a genre standard or an industry standard, all right? But he keeps talking about how Half-Life 1 has interesting weapons. There is such a thing as too many of a good thing, okay?
Yeah.
And in Half-Life 1, it wasn't like there was too many of a good thing. It was too many of multiple things that kind of did the same thing.
I'm just still stuck at, I've already talked level design to death. And
I know, I can't believe he said that, even though he's not done level design at all. And I'm blown away.
Because there is something to be said for level design, but he was just bitching about the head crabs and Ravenholm and character mugging for the camera again, and now...
He did, I guess he talked about Ravenholm like it's a physics set piece thing. Oh, isn't it cool to watch physics objects slice things? Missing the entire point of what Ravenholm was even for.
Yeah, and even then, that's not talking the subject to death. He skims over it at best.
Yeah. He
Fucking
hasn't
hell.
even mentioned the level design at all. He just vaguely like gets in the same stadium as level design and then just doesn't go into it.
Glock 17 or a Beretta 92 FS, depending on which version you're playing. Some of the security guards favor the more powerful Magnum, which is pretty slick. The military shows up with heavier firepower, shotguns, and the MP5.
The Magnum, which is pretty slick. You know that's not a Magnum, right? Do you know what that weapon actually is? You know a Magnum is a very specific thing. It's a cylindrical revolver, right? Fucking Magnum. Okay. Sorry, because he's making a big deal about... The only reason I'm making a big deal about that is because he dropped the Beretta 92 FS.
Yeah.
That's very specific, which it actually is, but people would have just called it a Beretta. He didn't say exactly what the Glock model was either. God, it's so fucking...
5 with grenade launcher or M4 with grenade launcher from the high def pack. There's also rocket launchers, grenades, satchels, and trip mines laying around in Black Mesa because it's a disused army base and weapons research facility, plus the Hecu Marines brought in plenty of their own. Then you get the crossbow, which was justified in-game. Justified. They didn't just pull a crossbow out of their ass. It's an underwater weapon for taking out the ichthyosaurs, another enemy which only makes a cameo in Half-Life 2, probably because they were too scary and cool and fun to fight. Then you get the...
Whoa. Too scary, cool, and fun to fight. Fun to fight? I have never heard anybody make that claim about the ichthyosaur.
No. And I think you only encounter like 2 or 3 in all of Half-Life 1.
Oh, I guess Magnum Rifle. You guys are right. Yeah. Yeah. No, you guys are right. It's a revolver chained in 44 Magnum. Colt Python, S&W, whichever. No, you're right. Greenish Piss is right. There is such a thing that is called a Magnum rifle.
Oh, okay. I have no familiarity with weapons, so or with
that's
guns.
my bad. That's my bad.
But yeah, I never found the Ichthyosaur fun to fight. They came. I understand they wanted a water-based enemy, but they just came across as a little bit too annoying because of how fast they were. It's hard to really deal with them if you don't have the weapons to do so.
But yeah, and the other thing is, like, did you notice how a lot of the weapons are very, very similar to each other? Like, there's not that beautiful balance of right tool for the right situation. Like grenades, satchels, trip mines. How useful were the trip mines?
Admittedly, you kind of had to go out of your way to use them. I found them useful a few times during my playthrough on hard difficulty, but even then, it was very, like, extremely situational.
Yeah. It just feels like there were a lot of weapons that were used that were just kind of bloat. And so, like, one of the things they did was they combined the trip mine and the satchel charge together with slams. So yeah, in Half-Life 2, you have the slam. If you get close to a wall, you can put it up and it acts like a trip mine. Otherwise, you throw it and you can detonate it like a satchel charge.
I forget that weapon, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, but you had to get the Marine to chase you. That's the thing. They were very situational, and a lot of times the Marines wouldn't follow you, or they would do the even more annoying thing. They would stop right before the trip mine
Yeah.
and shoot.
Yeah, you really had to trick them into it by placing it on a corner.
Yeah.
But anyways, it sounds like he's leading into the Half-Life 2 crossbow being forced rather than being given naturally. Let's just wind this back.
Yeah, let's see where that's going. Because he did say that the one in Half-Life 1 was justified. You could tell what it was for. It's like, so why does it have a scope and everything on it if it's an underwater weapon?
Used army base and weapons research facility, plus the Hecu Marines brought in plenty of their own. Then you get the crossbow, which was justified in game. Justified. They didn't just pull a crossbow out of their ass. It's an underwater weapon for taking out the Ichthyosaurs, another enemy which only makes a cameo in Half-Life 2, probably because they were too scary and cool and fun to fight.
Why does
then
it
you
have
get
a
the
scope?
alien stuff, like the Hive Hand, an alien species that produces and shoots out little hornet things that seek enemy targets, normally carried by the alien grunts.
That almost
so
never
cool.
gets used.
Yeah, I didn't use it much on my playthrough, and I found it more annoying than anything to try and use.
I was going to talk about stuff from opposing force, like the alien rocket launcher / grenade launcher. And the barnacle will probably get brought up as well.
Yeah.
The Spore Launcher, a creature that ate explosive acid balls and could spit them back out. Even cooler. And the Shock Roach, an alien creature that shot
I forgot
lightning
the Shock
carried
Roach.
by another alien species. Awesome. And the Snarks, live grenades, and I mean live literally, that ran around, attacked stuff, exploded, and could turn on you if you weren't careful. Those were so fucking interesting. It was great finding ways to use those. Then there were the experimental
Yeah,
weapons.
that almost
The Tau
never
Cannon was
used. Like, Snarks were such a detriment to actually use. It was way better to never, ever use them.
Well, you saw how I had trouble with them on my playthrough.
Yeah, how they kept eating you.
cool because you could charge it would backfire if held too long. It also shot through walls and other objects, which was sweet, and reflected off surfaces if it hit at oblique angles, which was also sweet.
It's much too unpredictable. Don't let it overcharge. What do you mean, overcharge?
Another Barney bites the dust. Who fucking cares?
He does. Remember, he made his whole big, like, tismy rant on it.
Yeah.
Then there was the glue-on gun, which was like a Ghostbusters proton pack.
Were you in weapons research too? I built the glue-on gun, but I just can't bring myself to use it on a living creature. You don't look as if you have any trouble killing things.
It functioned like a ranged plasma cutter, which was awesome. And in Op 4 there was the displacer gun, which could be used offensively, teleporting parts of the target away for massive damage or just completely teleporting them away. And you could use it on yourself to teleport to Zen for fun or to collect items from dead explorers. And the Barnacle, which you could use as a grappling hook or to devour smaller enemies. There were also turreted weapons you could use, long before turreted segments became one part of the death of modern gaming. There was even a part in Half-Life 1 where you could call in artillery strikes. God damn, that was a good fucking series, right? Half-Life 2 just gave up. The basic weapon is the pistol from Tomb Raider. Why? Whatever. The cops need to have some kind of gun, and we don't want to waste our limited pool of creativity by designing an alien weapon.
Why would they use an alien weapon? They are human beings. The Civil Protection are humans. The Overwatch are humans. Modified, yes, but they are humans. Why would they use more alien weapons? And it's funny because they then use alien pulse rifles, which are modified to be usable by humans. If you don't need to do it, aka like the SMG and the pistol and everything, why waste the resources? You're trying to get resources from this planet.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just kind of dumbstruck at this point by this.
Yeah, not to mention the rank of Civil Protection. Exactly. They are just normal, unmodified humans in a police uniform. That's it. it's one of those things where like Half-Life 1 had way too many weapons, and too many of them constantly fell into the same category of usefulness. Like, there are too many weapons to use in too many of the situations. In fact, Black Mesa fixes this by dramatically reducing the amount of ammo you have across the entire board.
After that, the SMG, because I guess some cops would have better guns, and I guess it shoots grenades because that's what FPSs do, and the SMG in the first game did that, and a shotgun, because an FPS game needs a shotgun ever since the Doom Act of 1993. Let's see.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
It's literally just salt. It's literally
It is.
bitching about nothing at this point. Oh, the game had to have a shotgun. Well, why not? It's a useful weapon.
I know, and now I'm just getting into, as Don't Censor says, because the original Half-Life didn't have human weapons. Like, what the fuck?
It's a no-win situation for Valve here, because if they had included alien weapons, then it would have been too far removed from Half-Life 1. What happened to the Magnum? What happened to the shotgun? It's literally a no-win situation for Valve. They couldn't have made a single right choice this guy would have liked.
I can't wait to get to the fucking crossbow though, and say how it's unjustified. I'll say it shouldn't work, but I want to hear how it's unjustified, because he had to emphasize that the one in Half-Life 1 was very justified.
I think that's all he was going to say on it. I don't think he's going to expand on that.
Oh boy, I mean, we'll see.
Because that was in the first game. Let's do the crossbow again. Yeah, okay. But there are no marine researchers tranking ichthyosaurs in this game, so let's make it a custom job made by a rebel shooting chunks of superheated rebar that pin enemies to the wall. You know, physics.
No, do you understand why they made it? It shouldn't actually work given the materials it was made out of, but you understand it is a very useful tool to have something that is quiet and can take people out from a distance when you are a resistance. You don't exactly want to flag that, hey, the guy's over there.
Yeah. Man, this guy's really batting 1,000, isn't he?
Yeah, he really is.
Does that? Oh well. And why is the rebar heated? To be cool? Great, fine, good fucking work. All this just so you can have a crossbow in the game, just like the first one. Does it make sense? No.
Do we want to talk about why it was heated? So you could actually see where the projectile was fucking going. Did it make sense logically in the world? Not really, but it was a quality of life thing, so you could see how much you missed the target by, so you know if you need to aim up higher or lower. Do you know how hard it would be to see if it was completely the same, like, sort of color palette as everything else, and if it didn't glow and stand out where the bolt was going? Oh boy. They did it for you, the player, so you could know where the hell it was going.
What is
batting 1,000? Oh, go ahead.
What does batting 1,000 means? When it's said unironically, it means you're doing really fucking well. When it's used sarcastically, it means you're not getting a single fucking thing right. Which is what's happening with this guy.
Essentially, batting 1,000 comes from a baseball term, where it's your batting average. How many hits have you had? How many strikeouts have you had? So on and so forth. Batting 1,000 is like perfect. When it gets used in a sarcastic, like, wow, you're really batting 1,000, it means like people are mocking you, that you're not hitting shit, that you're really dropping the ball.
Yeah.
Does a gun that eats people make sense? Yeah, I know. Does the barnacle make sense in fucking opposing force? Do we want to go there? And the fact you use it as like a grappling hook, which is frustrating as hell to use.
Well, hey, let's go a little bit realistic there. It makes no sense that the barnacle can eat an entire person whole, when a barnacle is like, it goes as high about your knee. It doesn't have the mass necessary to consume anything that big.
Yep.
Fucking oh well.
They're gonna mark out for it. The Alien Assault Rifle, 30-round magazine automatic with underbarrel explosive device launcher. Thought you did this one already, just like every other game ever made. Yeah, the Alien Assault Rifle is the SMG Level 2. The grenade effect is cooler, but otherwise it's the same fucking shit. Here's a wild idea.
The same fucking shit. Holy crap. Wow. Do you understand how much more useful the Alien grenade launcher is for going around corners? It's really fucking nice.
And he only says, "Oh, it's cooler." I wouldn't say, if I was going to praise it for anything, it wouldn't be that its effect is cooler.
No, you see, they eat the whole thing. We see it in Half-Life 1 and Half-Life 2 when they suck things in.
Yeah.
In Half-Life 1, there's a pause with just the head in, and then when it kills them fully, it sucks the whole thing in, or it gives them immediately.
Yeah, make this the SMG. It'd be cooler to use this over the SMG all game, and it would make more sense because it's an alien weapon.
No, it
and
wouldn't.
It would cut down on the pointless.
It would make less sense. The Combine would never let the Civil Protection use this gun. Are you kidding me?
There's a lot of utility to having both of them, too, due to the way the grenades work. One bounces off of walls. Huh?
And the way that the ammunition works and the ranges work for them.
Yeah. How many more minutes of this video do we have left, Creetosis? This fuck 14. Is melting my brain.
14 minutes.
We're 20 minutes in and there's 14 minutes left.
Crap you're trying to pull in this game. Why do you have to do the starter guns thing? You've already committed to this whole alien invasion storyline. You don't need to start off with like security guard pistols and army guns this time.
Yes, you do.
The aliens are here. You won't spoil anything by starting with alien guns.
That's
whatever.
It's not spoiling it. It's making a grounded and realistic world. The Combine are an authoritarian regime. You think they're giving the beat cops, the dudes that aren't augmented to ensure loyalty or anything, you think they're going to give them the good weapons? No, they're going to equip them with the normal human weapons that they got when humanity surrendered.
This is just bitching about not getting instant gratification now, too. It's a sci-fi world controlled by aliens, so I should have alien weapons from the start.
Yeah.
Like, I don't like going there with my responses to what people are saying because it feels so reductive and it almost feels straw-man-y, you know? But that's basically what his argumentation is. They're not giving us the alien weapons right away.
I know, it's so weird. As other people are pointing out, it's also game progression. You progress through the weapons, so you have something new to look forward to. British police would have an aneurysm if they got handed some alien mega pistol.
You kidding me? British police would have an aneurysm if they were given an alien mega knife.
Who would forget the core tenet of game design? Make sure to give the best weapons to the player at the start of the game.
Oh yeah, let's give them a set of power armor and fight a Deathclaw right away.
Yeah, oh boy.
See, that was Half-Life 2's biggest issue. They didn't give you the best weapon of the game right away, and they didn't make you kill a Strider right away. Next time, Valve, get it right.
Giving civil protection the good stuff is like giving a brand new cop who hasn't finished training a rocket launcher. Yeah, again, the CP, the Metro cops, are not augmented. They don't have the loyalty implants. They haven't had their guts and everything removed yet through extensive augmentive surgery. They aren't completely beholden to the Combine yet.
You know what this kind of reminds me of? You watch The Simpsons?
Bits and pieces.
There's one episode where Marge joins the police force, and she's going through training, and there's other characters there, and there's this one guy. Yeah, shut up already about the protocol. When are we going to get the guns? And Chief Wiggum is just like, you're not getting your gun until you give us your name.
Nice.
Next, with guided missiles, exactly the same as the first game. Okay, you're not even trying. Oh, and you get to shoot down gunships. That was a cool part of the first game when it happened, like once, where it was optional. Oh, it's mandatory this time? And it happens like 10 times throughout Half-Life 2 in the episode?
Like 10 times. You could actually count. Like, let's see. Here at the lighthouse, you can choose to do the... Oh, no, you have to do the one at Nova Prospect.
There's one later on.
Yeah, like you can skip the one on the road. I know that. That one you can literally just skip. It all depends on if you want to take the time with the gravity gun to knock stuff out the way. So where are the other 8 times? I'm legitimately trying to think.
There is, I believe there's one when you're on the roof of that one building that you have to capture during the rebel fighting. It
Yes,
used
the
to be
library.
like the
big
library.
library.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It
There's
happens.
3.
It happens 3 times in the base game, according to Peek the Cat in chat.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of if there's any other ones where you're forced to do it. Yeah, the crane jump you can skip. The one on the road with the blocked cars you can skip. Sorry, it's a museum. It's not a library. All right, fair enough.
Episodes? What the hell are you doing? Next, please. I need to be done with this shit.
So like 10 of them, eh?
Is that seriously it? Already? There's the pheromones, but that's just a boring alien version of having squad mates, and it's part of the longest, most boring part of the whole game. There's the mounted Tau cannon on the car, but it's only a shadow of its former self. Well, fine. I guess that's all the real guns, so let's move on to Half-Life.
How about the mounted airboat gun? If you want to be this fucking reductive, why not at least include all of the reductive fucking arguments? Oh boy. Or the gravity gun, the titular thing that this game is about.
I think he's going to get into that next.
Oh boy, let's do it.
Physics hard on your face for about 12 goddamn hours, also known as the gravity gun. I get it. Physics. Remember how this was only cool in 1998? So here's...
Whoa.
No. Do you understand that intricate physics manipulation like this was crazy? Okay? The amount of stuff that would be needed to get this to work is amazing. And the fact the Source Engine can do it so naturally and so smoothly is brilliant. And again, as part of you not understanding what Ravenholm was to teach you to think outside the box. They didn't take any of your guns away. You could shoot your entire way through Ravenholm. There is nothing that stopped you from doing that.
Yeah.
But you could save all of that ammunition and use your new toy you literally just got to kill all the enemies instead. And maybe that plants in your mind that, hey, the gravity gun is very useful. There is a dedicated button, in fact, to get to the gravity gun. So when some soldier throws a grenade at you, well, you know what? I can just grab the gravity gun and throw it right back to him. Let's see. You've done me there, Octo. You've made me look like a right ninny. I don't even know what the conversation was that did that, but that's funny. Oh. Yeah, intricate physics, like in Half-Life 2, still barely exist in modern gaming, because physics are incredibly difficult to do. And not be so jank and weird that it actually takes away from your game.
Let's go to a recent game where you're working on covering, Skyrim. And it's fucking jank as fuck physics. A game that came out in 2011. And again, physics isn't the main focus of Elder Scrolls. That's fine. I don't It's not a big deal to me that they don't get physics perfectly. But it still freaks out all the time. You walk into a wagon and you get damaged and launched across the map. Maybe not across the map, but across the room at the very least. You walk into skeleton parts and you get damaged.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Walking into small little fiddly bits on the ground and they smack you in the face and damage you.
Yeah. The only time source physics get fucking wacky is in Gmod mostly.
Which is, sometimes it's kind of the point.
Yeah, that's largely the point of Gmod. There's a lot of reasons to play Gmod, but there's so much you can fuck around with Gmod, and the reason it does get so fucky is because they're not meant to act in the way they do in Gmod. It's just a side effect of having the kind of freedom to put the different forces and pressures on them that you do.
And now with Source 2, this beautiful, I don't know how they did it, but Source 2, where you could put a physics object inside of a physics object and pick up said bottom physics object, and the first one won't freak the hell out.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
Things like you can already do with the use key, but now you can do it farther and use it as a weapon. Okay, this is kind of cool and would be cool in moderation, but it's used too much, and they are so goddamn proud of it.
How is
the
it
fuck
used
do
too
you
much?
mean too much? That's optional for most of the game.
Yeah, you can literally, with exception of the Citadel, because again, it turns into the super gravity gun.
Yeah.
You can never use the gravity gun ever again.
Yeah. This point of the game where he's got on screen right now, this is meant to teach you how to use it. You're not forced to use it at all for the rest of the game until the Citadel, when all your other weapons are taken away. And even then, you get through a fairly sizable portion of the Citadel before that happens.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Enclave. That's why I'm saying Physics 2, that's why I'm saying Source 2's like black magic of two physics objects actually functioning side by side with each other and not going crazy. Oh, exactly. Yeah, if you ever want to see something crazy, watch Half-Life Alyx's physics engine on Source 2 and watch them put like a bunch of like 8 balls inside of a box. They pick up the box and they shake the box around and the 8 balls are moving, but they aren't like banging off of each other and flying up into the skybox or anything. They're actually acting like a real physics object would inside of a box. It is crazy. It is some epic voodoo black magic.
I'm a veteran of the Jank Wars. I did 3 tours of Skyrim. Almost lost my life to a cauldron.
Yeah.
Fucking amazing comment.
This is a gravity gun my father... You can call it the zero-point energy field manipulator if you really want to.
I really would rather call it that because it doesn't actually affect gravity, it just picks things up and throws them. Why not call it the force push force?
Yes, I'm so very smug and superior. Listen to my superiority voice.
Yeah, this guy's
Sorry,
just...
But when you be a douche, you gotta call it you're being a douche.
Yeah, I was gonna say, he's just coming off as a cunt now. There's criticizing a game you don't like, and then there's acting like a cunt, and he's acting like a cunt.
Yeah, and what's crazy is, do you notice that they give you the scientific name for it, and then what the colloquial name for it is, what people call it, because the scientific name would be a bit of a mouthful. They just call it the gravity gun. It's like, wow. Oh yeah, buckets don't work in Source 2 though. They haven't gotten the magic of buckets because of the angled surface inside of it causes crazy wackadoo stuff. So buckets are still verboten in Source 2. No bucket.
$2 from Zoroark 720. Thank you. Alex and 20x grenades in a bucket.
Yeah. What about the peak of physics in Skyrim? Dying to a giant, yeah, and it sends you into the fucking space... The Skyrim space program, as it was always jokingly called.
Yeah.
That's all it does. The entire last hour or so of the game is just gravity gun. And for a few
No,
minutes,
it
it's cool
isn't.
to grab people and throw them.
Okay, the entire last hour or so is just a gravity gun. Fine, it's the Citadel. It's not. If it takes you an hour and a half through, what the fuck? Okay.
Yeah, I don't remember the
dragging your
Citadel
feet.
taking that long. Maybe if
You
you get stuck on the puzzles because you're too busy fucking bitching about everything
Maybe.
else.
Yeah, that's another one. That's some good real life lore there. Recoilless rifles aren't rifles because the bore is smooth. There's no rifle. Yeah. So for anyone that doesn't know, recoilless rifles are actually like a rocket launcher type system.
Huh.
So there's a reason that the entire back of a recoilless rifle is wide open. That ain't so you can watch the round go down range. Backblast is a hell of a thing.
Oh wait, I'm PsyOps. In PsyOps, it's cool to grab people and throw them for hours. It's so awesome. In Half-Life 2, they only
What?
let you do it at the end of the game, when you're in the most Spartan, repetitive environment in the entire game.
Pardon? Repetitive environment in the entire game.
So he's mad that the
Wow.
gravity gun is forced upon you because it's not that impressive. But in
And
this
then
other
he's-
game, you could use it all the time.
And then he's mad because when you can do the thing you could do in the other game, it's only at the very end when you're in the most Spartan, boring environment. Boy howdy.
So,
Welcome to No Attention Span.
so you can use the gravity gun from the time you get it for most of the game. Granted, you can't pick up people with it, and that's one of the points he made there, but the whole point at the end is it's supercharged now. It would have been way overpowered if you could pick up people beforehand.
PsyOps was okay. Let's just leave it at that. There are some great videos that go into it, like the Snaker does a video on it, and he just goes through like, wow, this game is, oh boy. Yeah, this game is like PsyOps, 3 out of 10.
That seems to be what it is. Oh, other games did physics first. It's not impressive that Half-Life 2 did it really, really, really fucking well.
Corsair points out he just got the achievement for getting the gravity gun for the first time ever.
That I'm willing to let slide in case he played it on Xbox, because when I was
Yes.
playing Half-Life 2 the other day, I was getting achievements on it. But that's because I played the entire game through on the orange box on Xbox. So
That's fair. I did it before achievements even existed, so... So I was getting them like way later down the line, and people were like, "You haven't played Half-Life before?" I was like, "Of course I played Half-Life 2 before. Look at when this game was added to my account. It was literally 2004." God, I was the nerd like for my birthday. I was sitting there on the computer like, "Wow, I'm playing Half-Life 2." Oh God.
What a useless fucking weapon. What a waste of a fucking physics engine. See how fucking
What?
backwards this is? Let's not keep any of the fascinating plot or setting. Let's not...
Do you see how backwards your logic is? Fuck the gravity gun. It's a useless waste of it. Boy, did you miss the entire point of the gravity gun. It is one of the most useful tools in gaming. How many games had suddenly gravity manipulation mechanics in them after Half-Life 2? One of the big ones being Prey. Oh, original Prey, not new Prey.
are we being trolled?
I don't fucking know.
I think that's a very valid question to ask at this point, because he just keeps coming out with hot take after hot fucking take. It's like, Jesus Christ.
Yep.
It feels like this is the kind of video someone would make to troll someone else. That, let's see how many stupid things I could say in a 30-minute span to piss people off.
Oh, I was an edgelord teenager when fucking Half-Life 2 came out. That was only 3 years before I went off to the Marine. Yeah, I was 15 when Half-Life 2 came out.
thread of
Pre 2006
commonality
was neat. It was very neat.
between our games, but let's keep the boring parts of the weapon selection. That's what people really care about. This is the end, my thesis statement for the whole Angry Manifesto so far. Half-Life 2 is either a good reboot or a bad sequel. There is no denying the game is fun and interesting and well made at certain points. There's also...
Okay, So at least you admit it. It's a fucking angry manifesto. It is not well thought out or practiced or scripted at all.
Yeah.
And you're saying the only options are that it is either a good reboot, which how is it a reboot in any remotely sense of the word? It's got a 2 in the title, for God's sakes. It ain't a reboot, you dumbass. Or it's a bad sequel. You have not made a single argument as to why it's a bad sequel.
Yeah, he hasn't.
Not one.
He hasn't substantiated fucking anything yet. Oh. I like how he's at his, like, this is my conclusion, and there's still over 10 minutes of his video left.
My God, I would definitely have to make a Half-Life 2 is better than you think video to this. This is fucking crazy. But no, most people know Half-Life 2 is a really good game.
Yeah.
No denying the reception it got, try as I might. So standing on its own, Half-Life 2 is a good game.
Try as you might
But there's just
unsuccessfully.
the problem of that little 2 on the end. The little 2 that reminds you that Half-Life 2 doesn't stand on its own. It is a bad sequel. If you're missing the context and you've only played, and I mean really played, Half-Life 2 and
you have not made clear at all, or any argumentation, how it is a bad sequel. Not once. You have made completely fallacious claims all throughout this video, and absolutely asinine ones at that. The awkward pauses. They were so little, they weren't even noticed as pauses at all, so much you actually had to go in and put in text every time somebody had a pause in normal spoken dialect. That pause right there I just did after the end of dialect, you would have put awkward pause on the screen. You are that much of a disingenuous piece of shit. Oh God, I got into attacking the person too, but my God. It's
okay.
It's hard not to attack the person at this point.
Okay, look, it's fair to attack the person if they're a brain-dead fucking idiot.
Oh,
like,
boy.
If someone's making valid arguments, then yeah, we can't say, oh, you're stupid, I'm not taking your argument seriously, but we're listening to its arguments and they're all bullshit.
Exactly. And, again, like we said at the start of this, there could be valid arguments in here. Maybe he'd make us rethink certain things, like we'd see it from a new angle. But oh no.
No. I get called an angry ranter all the time in my videos, and I just wonder what those kinds of people would call this.
Yeah.
Because, man, if I'm an angry ranter, then this guy is fucking insane off the wall.
Dude, no, I know he just claimed that. He said if you liked Half-Life... Remember, he said if you liked Half-Life 2, you're an idiot and you fell for it.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
Let's just roll this back just a tiny bit.
Yeah. Doesn't stand on its own. It is a bad sequel. If you're missing the context, and you've only played, and I mean really played, Half-Life 2 and not the first game, maybe it does stand on its own for you. But for me, a gaming enthusiast, collector, and historian, but never a journalist, fuck those guys.
And a historian. Somebody that doesn't know what they're talking about and did no research, and this is clearly not scripted. You did not think this through. At all.
Clearly.
Holy crap.
He finally has a take I agree with, though. Fuck game journalists.
He does.
I'm not sure.
Fuck game journalists.
I'm not sure he's come to that conclusion for the same reasons we have, but at least he came to the conclusion.
Oh God. I can't believe he actually called himself a historian, a video game historian.
Yeah, that's a tad bit pretentious, especially when you're this fucking wrong about what the games are that he's talking about.
Yeah.
Oh.
Reboot, it's a bad sequel. That's it, guys. That's all I got. If you want to post angry comments and try to change my mind, give it your best fucking shot. I'm a reasonable guy. I'd like to...
No, you're not! You're fucking not! Oh.
You have just proven you are anything but reasonable. Wow.
Like, the last minute or so of his video that we've gone through, there's still about 10 minutes left. The last minute or so that we've gone through has just been him saying Half-Life 2 is a bad sequel. Half-Life 2 is a bad sequel. You haven't fucking quantified that or qualified that at all. You haven't proven jack shit. Oh my god.
Yeah, this is exactly what he did. What Sheevlord said, which is a fantastic name. As a man of culture and refined taste, I can tell with authority that Half-Life 2 is bad. That's why he did that whole gaming enthusiast, historian, blah 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 thing.
$5 from Dominic the Donkey. Thank you. Gaming enthusiast and historian, laughing my fucking ass off. I can't breathe.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Somehow there's still 11 minutes left.
Somehow. I don't know what he's going to do with those 11 minutes. I don't know if he's big enough to have a sponsorship or Patreon shilling or what, but please, God, please. God,
Yeah, I have no idea.
God and Jesus in heaven, I'm praying to you. Please let there be, I don't care, a 10 fucking minute ad spot. Anything to end the pain.
Welcome comments, but you will never convince me otherwise on this issue.
So you're not reasonable. You just said you are a reasonable guy. You have never convinced me on this issue. Well, talk about being unreasonable.
You can try and convince me. I'm a reasonable guy, but you're never going to convince me that's not fucking reasonable. You fucking... God damn it!
Remember, he supposedly walked this back.
Supposedly.
Supposedly, yeah. Oh, and as for why, yeah, I saw Verse. I'm gonna say, I assume Verse the W as a V, but yeah, the reason why is because we call them shill media for a reason. They are bought and paid for by the company. Only now, a lot of it is bought and paid for with special privileges and access.
Yeah.
Which is fucking horrible.
I'm reasonable. You're never going to convince me.
The
Man.
Lord Almighty can't save us, my good man. Oh boy.
I kind of wish EFAP to cover this video just so Mahler can get I'm reasonable, you're never going to convince me into a Gedelb.
Yes. I would love that to be in a fucking Gedelb.
That's a perfect Gedelb line right there.
See you soon.
Wait.
I have no idea if this music is copyrighted or not. I'm going to mute it.
How is it 11 more minutes?
I'm going to mute it and
I'm going to lightly go forward.
No, I'm going to play it, but I'm muted on my end, so if he starts saying anything, let me know.
Okay.
Is it over? Please, God, tell me it's over.
I have no idea. How is it 11 minutes of credits, though?
It doesn't make any sense for it to be 11 minutes of credits. I can only assume it's either gameplay or outtakes or...
Oh, yep. Yeah. Here we go. Did you seriously think I was done?
Did you seriously think I was... Oh, God.
We were hoping, because your argumentation was so bad.
I was
really
praying for you to be done. This better be a, ha, I gotcha, you got trolled.
Oh God, if he does, then I'd be like, beautiful.
Oh yeah,
beautiful.
he absolutely fucking got us if
if it turns out here at the last part, he's like, just kidding. I'll be like, oh, okay, beautiful, you got us.
Did you seriously think I was done? You have to know me better than that by now. So let's...
No. Lines like that aren't usually too good to put in your videos because you're always going to be getting new viewers for... You're hopefully going to be getting... Well, okay. Not from this video, but most people who make YouTube are hopefully going to be getting more and more viewers as they continue making videos. That's how they grow and expand. So when you say, oh, you should know me well by now, well, you're always going to have those viewers. that aren't going to know you well by now.
Did you seriously think it was reasonable? Oh boy.
But yeah, little pro tip: don't put, if you're going to make videos for YouTube, don't put, oh, you should know me better by now, because if you're growing, there's always going to be people who don't. That's silly. That is very, very silly.
Well, let's see this.
The G-Man is entirely retconned as well. It is heavily implied he has a controlling hand in Black Mesa as well as the HECU team in Half-Life 1. There are hints that he is the mysterious administrator and that he did procure the sample and that he did boost the experiment to 105%. At the end of Half-Life, he shows...
Okay, where is he shown to be the administrator?
He said it's implied.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Where is it implied that he's the administrator? Where is it implied that he boosted it to 105%? Yeah, it's implied that he brought the sample. That one I'll agree with you. But again, like, are you trying? And they say that he's retconned in Half-Life 2. Is he? No. He puts you in the situation. He is constantly following and monitoring you, even getting on to like the big screens and everything like that to show that he's still watching you. But he knows what Gordon is gonna do. It's kind of his point for sending you in. So I'll have to see I'll have to see what he's saying now about this.
The aftermath of he and his employers now control Zen. Hey, that's cool. Let's drop that and fuck it up for the sequel. Any continuing plot threads are now canned in order to get Half-Life 2's plot rolling. The HECU Marines...
No. He doesn't say they now control. He says, for the time being. He said, the border world, Zen, is under our control for the time being. That doesn't mean they're going to keep it. It doesn't mean that they want it. They just have it. And it is implied in Half-Life 2, they needed the Combine to come to Earth to set off a fucking series of reactions that will let him and whoever his mysterious employer are fuck with the Combine. Like, we don't know his exact motivation. We just know he's against the Combine for some reason. We don't know why he's against the Combine.
Yeah.
Storm into Zen. No thanks to them, really. The G-Man controls Zen and the teleportation technology it makes possible. Oh, and suddenly the Combine show up. New plot, let's all fight the Combine. The great mystery continues in Half-Life 2, which at various times implies G-Man also has some controlling interest in the Combine as well, since Eli says the sample that caused the resonance cascade is provided by the G-Man, allowing the Combine to invade. This is just totally weird, since they seem to get by on their own. But more than that, his actions seem designed to fuck up the Combine as much as possible. One assumes that he has some endgame in mind, but there is no explanation.
For some reason, which we don't know, he needed the Combine to come to Earth. We don't know why he needs the Combine on Earth. We don't know why he's against them. We don't know who his employers are. He's a mystery.
Yeah.
We know he is insanely powerful, but to be fair to this video, we didn't have Half-Life Alex at the time. But we know he is absurdly powerful.
We should already know he's pretty fucking powerful from the implications of Half-Life 1 and 2.
Yeah,
you know?
And how he can go anywhere he wants. Nobody touches him. Nobody messes with him. None of the Zenian life forms even try to go for him. How he shows up on screens, like after hijacking the signal and is smiling at you, and he just shows up every step of the way along your journey.
Yeah. Yeah, I always got the impression that it was more than just him portaling in and out for fun.
Yeah, and
just going to say,
as Islamic Bleach says, the Nihilith literally says, "You are man. He is not man." Yeah, we know he's not a human. We know he's not human. We don't know what he is and who he works for.
That is a really good fucking line too. It says so much while saying so little.
Yeah, then Half-Life Alex really goes into it.
Explanation they would fit with his actions, unless they invent some entirely new set of plot points, which knowing Valve is going to happen for Half-Life 3. Dr. Breen is similarly retconned into the story, replacing the
Is it
original administrator who was assumed to be G-Man.
No, he doesn't replace him. It just turns out that he
oh my
was the
God.
administrator.
He even defeated his own fucking argument. G-Man was assumed to be the administrator. Well, that's your assumptions. That's not retconning it, but fucking changing it. That's not even changing it because it wasn't written in stone back then. Nothing in Half-Life 1 said G-Man is the administrator. So it's not a fucking retcon.
Yeah, he could teleport. Why would the administrator of a research facility possess such power? And why would a teleporting demigod waste the years it would take to get such a job? Yeah.
Why, if that was the case, why would the administrator, who has the power of teleportation, just kind of hang out watching you, then disappearing when you get close? Like, kid, I'm sorry that your assumptions were proven wrong.
Did you notice that the G-Man didn't care about Gordon in the first game? He even says that...
I'll be right back.
He even says that he's the one that pushes his employers to hire Gordon. They didn't have Gordon on their radar. But he says he is impressed. Ah, Gordon Freeman in the flesh. Or rather, the hazard suit. And he's like, I am impressed. So impressed, in fact, my employers have authorized me to give you a job. They say you have limitless potential. Again, you weren't on G-Man or his employer's radar. You impressed them. Yeah. And yeah, this guy's canon, his canon theory in his head is not the actual canon. Who would have guessed? Happens. It happens to everybody. But it's so weird to then therefore say that it's a retcon because your canon, your head canon, isn't the official canon. That is so bizarre. Yeah, did you mean JC Denton? I don't know if Shepard will ever be there. Setch to voice G-Man in the next game, though. He does a good impression. I don't think so, dude. That guy's a legend.
Back. Yeah, as you're saying, fucking insane to take your headcanon as canon, then fucking bitch and moan that the developers didn't do what you wanted.
Yeah.
Hey, you think Oxhorn was responding to this video? Well, because the developers didn't do exactly what you wanted.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh my god. I didn't think I'd ever actually see it out in the wild where someone is bitching that the developers literally just didn't do the one specific thing they wanted them to do.
Yep.
And having the nerve to call it a fucking retcon. Fuck off.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Why couldn't the video have just ended where it did?
Yep, well, we'll see how this keeps going.
Why are we here? Just to suffer?
Absolutely.
Fuck me, Mesa. A place that was assaulted.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. Dude, what sucks is the only game that brought Adrian up was fucking Hunt Down the Freeman, and oh boy! It's so... Adrian? Oh, no. No, you do not get that. No, you do not have the right. Fucking opposing force was when they were able to keep Randy Pitchford's greasiness to himself. No, you don't get the right to use Adrian Shepard.
I'm back. Sorry about that.
Yeah, welcome back.
I'm just going to roll this back a bit just so I have full context of what he's saying again.
Life 3. Dr. Breen is similarly retconned into the story, replacing the original administrator who was assumed to be G-Man. Fuck me, is everybody from Black Mesa? A place that was assaulted by no less than an alien army and a cadre of Marine shock troops, which was demolished by a nuclear bomb? You're telling me basically everybody made it out. And then there's Magnus.
No,
no.
you fucking retard. Like 4 people made it out that
Okay.
we know of.
That we know of, 4 people made it, alright? 4.
4 people is
That's
not the
not
entirety of
unreasonable.
Black fucking Mesa.
Yeah, hundreds and
Oh.
hundreds died in Black Mesa. Oh boy.
Actually, it's probably like 5. There's Kleiner, Eli, Breen, Judith Mossman, Barney. Those are 5 we know of that are in this game.
Well, Alex, well, because she was technically there.
Right.
It's implied she was there as part of the daycare system or whatever.
Yeah, so that's 6. Doesn't Barney escape with like
Magnuson.
2 or 3
Magnuson.
scientists? Oh, Magnuson. So
Yeah,
7.
and Barney escapes with a few scientists, yes.
Yeah, and they don't show up in this game. So hey, it's almost like not everyone in the world is related to Black Mesa. That's kind of weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's almost like there's people outside of Black Mesa too. Who would have thought?
Black Mesa. Did you mean to say Mesa? Did you mean that?
Colonel
Black Mesa.
Colonel Cubbage isn't part of Black Mesa at all. He's just a guy.
Yeah, Colonel Cubbage is just a guy.
Addition to what now is a disgustingly bloated Black Mesa science staff. Did anybody
How
on
is it
planet Earth
bloated?
not work for Black Mesa? And of course
Yes!
Magnuson has to call back to the microwave incident because we sure needed closure on that one. Oh, joyous fucking day.
It
That's
wasn't
not-
closure,
Oh my
you
God.
absolute cretin. It was just a funny callback because of how many people, not realizing how much interactivity the world had, pushed the microwave button and blew up the casserole.
That's probably why that was there.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I mean, G-Man
callbacks are bad.
G-Man doesn't count because he wasn't actually an employee of Black Mesa.
Callbacks are bad. Don't make callbacks to your previous properties.
Okay, yeah, I thought, Bleach. Barney, Breen, Gordon, Eli, Kleiner, Mossman, Alex, Magnuson, and a few scientists. That's about it. Yeah, but we don't know any of the scientists if that are in Black Mesa East, if anybody else there was at Black Mesa.
Yeah.
No.
So-
G-Man's voice. Oh yeah, G-Man's voice actor in Hunt Down the Freeman. Yes, he's the one that does Black Mesa. It's like, did you mean to say that?
So, it's a problem that Skyrim has the Lusty Argonian maid in it, because of course that's just a callback to Morrowind.
Yeah.
It was in Morrowind, by the way, for anyone who doesn't know. Most people know of it from Oblivion, but it was in Morrowind too. And even worse, Skyrim made a second joke fucking lewd fanfiction to call back to it again. See how Skyrim is such a shitty, terrible game?
Oh,
I mean, it is
it's shitty and terrible, but for different reasons. Not for
It
those.
is a shitty and terrible game, but not for a silly callback.
Yeah, Rosenberg made it out with Barney in Blue Shift, yes. But again, as Zoitzer points out, Black Mesa was a big facility. Of course there was a lot of people who was in the Black Mesa incident. Yeah, and it doesn't mean that everybody had to die. There were hundreds and hundreds of employees at Black Mesa.
Probably thousands. Like, given how much you go through...
It's a huge facility.
Given how much of the facility you go through, and that's still not the entire thing... Man.
Yeah.
Never mind that the pissed scientist was one of the several dozen Eli Vances and not some prototypical Magnuson. Was Magnuson anywhere nearby? No! Was Magnuson in the game at all? No! Was Eli Vance number 592 the one eating lunch, the one who got frustrated? Yes!
Do you have a point in this thing, or are you just going to be a pretentious twat? No! But yes! To the last part.
The game used generic models for different characters, so that doesn't mean you can't make new characters in the sequels.
Yeah. Oh wait, yeah, Mossman was never hired. That's right. Mossman never got hired at Black Mesa. She wanted to because she
Oh.
wanted to work with Legends.
I thought she did get hired, but she just didn't work where Gordon was working.
Did she?
Yeah, that was my assumption because she has a dialogue where, like you say, yeah, working with legends like Eli and Kleiner, but it seems, isn't she in Kleiner's picture on the wall, where Breen's face is scrubbed out? Right?
Yeah, I'm looking up a thing.
Okay. How you doing, chat? Having fun? I sure as fuck not.
They talk about Black Mesa East a lot.
Black Mesa was not understaffed. Yeah, there's. It's. Yeah, I don't. I said it earlier in the stream. I don't know what else to call this than just mindless bitching about the sequel. He hasn't. Huh?
Okay. She applied for the same post as Gordon Freeman at Black Mesa, but lost out to Freeman's Innsbruck experience, as said by Eli Vance at Black Mesa East, and Isaac Kleiner's personal recommendation.
Okay.
Years after Combine Invasion, Mossman became... Yeah, so there's nothing that says she actually worked at Black Mesa.
I'm in pain, Cree. I'm literally suffering right now. I'm very sorry. I assure you, we're both suffering as well. Anyways, ready to continue?
1 second.
Alright.
Yes, ready.
This video hurts me. It's almost as bad as the EFAP Lord of the Rings video. Oh god.
Oh no, I don't even wanna know.
Hey chat, once you're done here, go watch EFAP's coverage of some guy's Lord of the Ring video. It's EFAP 93. Go watch it. Seriously, go watch it. You're gonna have some fun. You're gonna have some fun!
No.
Do you honestly think I was microwaving his meal but was nowhere even remotely close to it at the time? Fuck off!
Okay, so...
Alright, so do you know that you can get called even when you're on break? Like, you can be specifically called out to, like, go anywhere?
You know what? You know what? I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say the gamer word. He is fucking nitpicking retarded shit.
No. You heard it here, folks.
I actually just had to use nitpicking unironically. I get accused of nitpicking because I go into detail criticizing games, but at least the things I'm fucking nitpicking are accurate and actually impact the game. He's bitching that a character didn't exist that was invented later on. And it impacts nothing. Nothing!
$5 super chat from Peaky the Cat. It's always fun to listen to you tear someone's terrible argument apart, Creetosis. So at least one of us is having fun.
I'm glad you're enjoying my suffering, my pain. It makes me happy that my pain can bring other people joy.
And again, yeah, it's not unreasonable that he wouldn't be next to his microwave casserole. He could have left for any number of reasons. Maybe he had to go to the bathroom. Did you notice there isn't a bathroom in the break room?
Yeah.
Like, that's a bit crazy, you know? Oh, boy.
And Magnuson could easily be the one scientist model, the white guy with the black hair model. And it's been 20 years, so he's aged and he looks a bit different from that. It's totally within the realm of possibility. Just like Eli aged.
Yeah, nitpicks are valid, just not impactful to the story, yeah. Unless it gets to a point where it's 1,000 nitpicks. There is such a thing called death by 1,000 cuts when it comes to critique.
Yeah.
When the nitpicks just keep piling up, it's like, okay.
Well, this guy's actually nitpicking something that is entirely inconsequential to anything. He's not... This doesn't impact anything in the slightest. At all.
I have no idea what that currency is.
Neither do I. You suffer for our amusement for no reason. Thank you.
Page year 18.
Yes, I almost missed the
sure?
name there. Thank you for grabbing
18?
that.
Yeah, I don't know what NOK is. I could assume, but I don't want to.
But thank you. It's very much appreciated.
Yeah.
Do you think I am? Evidently very
Very.
stupid. All Half-Life 2
Yes.
does is insult your fucking...
Yes, you're fucking stupid. Everything you said in this video, except the thing about game journalists, is fucking retarded. Ugh!
Yes. Like, if you're saying the Half-Life 2 insults your intelligence, son, yeah. Oh, that's Norwegian kroner. Okay, cool.
Ah!
Yeah, Norwegian crowns.
I did not know that.
There are too many small abbreviations, so yeah, I couldn't keep it in my mind.
I'll try to remember that for next time, but I'm probably going to forget. No offense, I'm just terribly forgetful. Yeah, Valve doesn't think you're an idiot, kid, but everyone who's seen your video does.
Well, not everyone, because remember, there are people that agree with and said, you got good points. Like, no, he
Yeah,
doesn't.
I was going to
have a
say.
good point.
But still, anyone with a brain who has seen your video thinks you're a fucking idiot for the stupid fucking things you said. Jesus Christ.
We have, what, 7 minutes? 7 minutes about for him to actually make another point.
Pain.
intelligence. Their fucking runtime is packed to the gills with cheesy retcon characters mugging for the camera and trying to tie together absurd plot points together with some imagined thread of continuity. Fuck this game.
I took
Breathe,
the
you son of a
liberty
bitch.
of relieving you of your weapons. Most of them were government property. As
Awkward
for
pause.
the suit, I think you've earned it.
Psych,
Awkward
never
pause.
mind.
Yeah.
I had this great idea for a joke about the glove parts fitting like a glove, and I just need to fit it in somehow. The worst part is that there are some intriguing mysteries in the plot of Half-Life 2. None of them are relics of the first game, so I'm not very invested in them, but there are some things that make you wonder. The G-Man and the Combine continue to be an enigma with a lot of interesting potential. Unfortunately, it feels too much like the X-Files, teasing you with possibilities of a larger story, even...
Okay, so we know he's got to be like a fucking X-Files fanboy, because he used earlier, it's an X-Files concrete thing to describe Black Mesa. He literally called it an X-Files building.
Yeah, so I like X-Files, so I haven't finished the series. I've got through like 4 or 5 seasons of it. I need to get back to watching it. Not sure where he's pulling X-Files from this, other than the fact that, oh, aliens, mystery.
Yeah, I
don't
don't
even-
get it either.
Because there's nothing in X-Files that I would say is like G-Man. At least not that I remember.
Well, you have the cigarette smoking man.
Oh, right, I forgot about him! But even then, he's just a guy. It's not like he has powers. Yeah, it's been a few years since I've watched X-Files. I can't believe I forgot about the cigarette smoking man.
Mm.
But, yeah, I'm still... Even then, that seems like a really tenuous connection. Okay, bullshit. Even the X-Files
okay,
actually
I'll be
got
right
to a... Huh?
I said, I'll be right back. Doors getting knocked on.
Alright. Okay, bullshit. Even the X-Files actually got to a point, unlike this prick's video. Yeah, I haven't finished the X-Files, as I said, but I'm sure it leads to a point at some point. It has to. Yeah, this video is just insane ranting. I really don't know what else to call it. It's... His power is to be able to smoke cigarettes. Having a mystery keeps a game and story alive. That seems to be what he's arguing here. Kids like this used to get pwned in deathmatch. Oh, excuse me. Never really watched X-Files, but I did watch Simpsons X-Files crossover in Season 8. At least that was funny. This is just sad. The Simpsons episode where they, the Halloween episode where they cross with X-Files is fucking funny. It's really good. To summarize this video, hey ya kiddos, want to waste 20 minutes of your life you'll never get back? No, this is 34 minutes of unhinged ranting against the game because he misunderstood fucking everything about it. First episode of X-Files I watched had the pizza boy who played the fat kid in Sandlot. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, I'm sorry. Oh god, please don't say anything about mystery boxes. Oh. No mystery boxes here, I hate those things. That one wasn't even a Halloween episode. Oh, it wasn't! My bad then. But yeah, still a very good episode.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Sorry, Creetosis, do you want me to die? They're gonna go get me a blizzard. I'm like, oh, okay. Sure, I'll take ice cream.
Yeah. Half-Life 2 is a bad sequel because the character models in the first one were reused. 34 minutes? Oh geez, I guess this video is really giving me brain damage. Holy fuck. Yeah, I know. It's... we're close, somewhat close to being done. Hopefully.
Even though you know in the back of creators and developers don't know anything you don't. So guess what's going to happen in Half-Life 3?
That is a very big assumption to make, okay? And a very bad faith assumption to make. Because as it turns out, yeah, they did know what they were doing. They did know where it was going. Valve didn't think it was good enough, though, in the end of the day, when they started rethinking everything.
Yeah.
Again, look into Half-Life Alyx and the, it's called Half-Life Alyx: The Final Hours. The sheer torrent of not good enough for Valve and how many times they had to stop a game project because they didn't want to put out something bad and how much effort they went into. Good morning, Starshine. The Earth says hello.
We were talking about the Simpsons X-Files episode. That's a really good episode.
All of the ideas they have for that game are going to contradict with what happened in this game.
No!
The wholesale, massive-scale retconning means that none of the questions from Half-Life 2 will
You
be
haven't
answered in
proven
Half-Life
a
3. Just
single.
like
You haven't proven a single retcon in this entire video. Wholesale, massive retcon. You haven't proven one retcon in the entire video.
Yeah, and one of the big retcons, quote unquote, he cited was just an assumption.
What's this fan theory?
Yeah, they retconned the administrator because it was assumed to be the G-Man. Well, that means it's not a retcon, you fucking idiot.
the questions from Half-Life instead of answering them. Half-Life 3 will do away with the questions from Half-Life 2 instead of answering them. All this mysterious shit that's got you all so interested to see where Half-Life 3 goes will never be mentioned again, or will be tied up with plot points that make no sense and don't have anything to do with them. Why did G-Man have Alex tell Eli to prepare for unforeseen consequences? 'Cause he's a real trickster, that guy.
Because it's implied that he told Eli that same words. It became a running theme. That's how Eli immediately knew that his daughter had just spoken with the G-Man, and what made him so terrified.
And that also goes back and implies that, well, yeah, it implies he, just how much he was involved in Half-Life 1. Because one of the early chapters, I think it's the first chapter, it's called Unforeseen Consequences. Right?
It is. Let's see. Can I become a god in New Vegas? I mean, not really. You'll be powerful, but not really a god. You can shoot really good and everything. Yeah, sure.
Oh yeah, and by the way, the leaked story for Episode 3 or Half-Life 3 kind of proves this guy's point fucking wrong.
Yeah, but again, we already proved his point wrong that they even retconned anything from Half-Life 1. They didn't.
No,
They
I know,
actually
but
explained
the whole tangent he's going on now is, oh, Half-Life 3 will never reference back to Half-Life 2. They're just going to retcon everything again. And that's what I was saying, is the leaked script for... not script, but the loose story details of Half-Life 3 already prove that wrong. It's literally a continuation of this game's story.
and even more so ties in Portal and everything too. That Portal takes place in the same world, and that what GLaDOS was referencing about being up on the surface being bad. Well, it was because the Combine have the surface. That's why.
Yep. The leaked Half-Life 3 story is pretty shit. Okay, you have to understand that that's not the full story we would have received. It was a summary of what it was going to be. You can't really judge the full story of Half-Life 3 if we don't have the full story of Half-Life 3. The reason it was leaked was so fans could have some kind of closure that, hey, this is where we were going with this, but it never got done.
Yeah, this is where we were thinking of heading. This is what we were doing with it. These are the plot details. These are the post-it notes.
Valve was worried they were losing their longtime fans, so they shoehorned in the name of one of the chapters of Half-Life 1. Yuck, I remember seeing those words flash on...
Why the fuck would they be afraid of losing their longtime fans if the series was doing really fucking well?
Yeah. Especially because they had Counter-Strike and Team Fortress Classic under their fucking belts. Okay? They didn't have to worry about losing their fans. They were on top of the world, and this was when they were creating Steam, which in and of itself revolutionized the gaming industry.
He's talking about unforeseen consequences being brought up in episode 1, I think.
No, I know. No. And yeah. Oh my god, you're right. It's even worse because they reference it in episode 1, not in fucking...
Yeah, I'm pretty
No.
sure that's the reference he's making. Oh, they threw in the line from Half-Life 1, so now it's a big connection.
Yeah, and it's like, wow. Because Half-Life 2, they were riding high, and Steam was turning into a huge success. What? Holy shit.
On the screen after the Resonance Cascade bit. So not only is it a pointless callback, it also breaks the fourth wall, and it makes no goddamn sense.
Not pointless.
Even
if
you do really like the game, and I almost do, and want to play it again, which I occasionally wish I wanted to do, too fucking bad. The updates to the source engine have systematically destroyed the fucking game.
No, they haven't. I just played it.
Having played the game less than a week ago, it fucking hasn't.
Let's be fair. This was made in 2014. But even then, I never once had a time where you couldn't play the fucking game.
Neither have I. And for a claim like that, he would really need to fucking prove it, because if the Steam's updates to the source engine have broken at the point that Half-Life 2 is unplayable, then surely you're gonna have some evidence of that, right?
Team Fortress 2 play better made Half-Life 2's jump physics go to shit. This is also...
What?
Let's rewind that.
Fucking bad. The updates to the source engine have systematically destroyed the fucking game. Updating the engine to make Team Fortress 2 play better made Half-Life 2's jump physics go to shit. This is also reflected in Half-Life Source, I should point out. And the game now has absurd stutter issues on quick saving, entering...
Okay.
What?
I have no idea what he's fucking talking about at this point. They broke source mods for a while, but vanilla was always playable. Yeah, I have no idea what the fuck he's referring to right now. Back in 2014...
Oh, Sven Co-op is... Sorry, Roachbait FNV. I doubt he's ever played Sven Co-op. Sven Co-op is my jam. Oh, I love Sven Co-op so much.
Oh, man, Just shoot me. Fuck, this is bad.
Bring a new sound, etc.
Yeah, that's a game bug.
Yeah.
It happens.
It also takes a ton of time to load new levels, even on hyper-modern computers. Got a solid-state drive?
Hyper-modern
Nobody
computers.
cares. 10K? Nobody cares. Hybrid drive? Nobody cares. Well, I do, because I'm a
How-
big fan of hybrid technology, and I think you should buy one, but nobody else cares. The game would crash or lock up
Why would
without
you
a
do
sound
hybrid?
stuttering glitch if you played it on a low-end computer 10 years ago. Now it does that constantly for no reason if you play it on a high-end machine now. This is not a problem with anybody's hardware. It's a problem with the way the game is built, to page things in.
No, sorry, it is absolutely a problem with hardware. Again, this is the problem with people holding is like, you can't play the game on modern tech even today. It's like, yeah, sorry. There are some games that they couldn't conceive of stuff like SSDs or, ultra-wide monitors or anything like that. Happens.
Yeah,
And Half-Life 2 is still very much playable. Also,
Very.
I can't trust that you actually showed the full loading screen and you didn't fiddle with it. You didn't pause or anything. I cannot trust you.
yeah, at this point, I can't trust what he's saying, or when he shows something like that, because it's so easy to clip up the loading screen and then pause it on it for a lot longer, because
Yeah.
that's really easy to do. I'm not saying he necessarily did it, but
But it's just
due to
you
how
can't
disingenuous
trust him.
he's been for the rest of the video, I cannot trust what he's saying is fully accurate.
Yeah, I cannot trust him to not pull shenanigans like that when he has been so disingenuous and bad faith the entire time.
Yeah. And even that loading screen there, that was like, what, 10 seconds? Boo fucking who?
Yeah.
10 seconds.
In and out. Walk through a doorway and the game tries to load a new texture. The game locks up and the sound skips. It lasts for between a half second to over 10. Switch to a new weapon. The game tries to load the sound files for it. Lock up.
Sounds like your computer's shit, mate. I've never had that happen.
Yeah, I haven't had that happen either.
Maybe in like Gmod if you've got way too many things loaded in, but not regular Half-Life 2.
And notice that it didn't happen until after he'd switched to it and it had done its full animation and it was ready to fire.
Yeah, it already played the sound, and he said it was struggling because it was trying to load the sound.
No, Silent, we can criticize the hell out of Half-Life 2. Like we said, we were expecting at the very start, as we said, we want to see what his argumentation will be. Hopefully he'll bring up some actual valid stuff. We can get a new perspective and look in on things. But he has had so much bad faith argumentation and completely ass-pulled reasoning and assumptions, and his fan in theory was wrong, so therefore it's a retcon. It is horrible.
Remember, it's okay to criticize Fallout 4, but not Half-Life 2. We have never
that's what I was
said...
talking about.
No, I know. I just wanted to read that out so chat could hear it. We have never said anything cannot be criticized. In fact, I've said the opposite. Everything can and should be criticized.
Yes.
No
absolutely.
exceptions. None.
Like I said, we were going into this hoping he had some criticisms. Ones that were valid, ones we could look into and be like, yeah, you know what? That's a good point.
Hell, I criticized Half-Life 2 earlier. It's stupid that the barnacles can eat an entire person when they don't have a mass to contain that much mass.
Yeah. And the airboat section, just the fucking airboat section was a mistake. It's enjoyable to a point, but oh boy, it does not control nearly well enough to warrant being as long of a section it is, and fighting the helicopter in it, especially at higher difficulties, is not fun. Okay, I'll say it's not fun for me. There's some level designs that are just flawed, especially when fighting against enemy flying ships. Not enough cover. Yeah. Well, you kind of not. There's a bit of a trade-off here, and this will get into an interesting thing about this being a bug. Valve had programmed into the airships that they will target the greatest threat, and they weighted threats accordingly. Well, what they didn't expect was that the AI looked through everything and assigned RPG rockets as the biggest threat. And they looked through, like, why? Because explosives do damage. And I must stop myself from taking damage. Therefore, biggest threat. So the gunships targeted rockets purely by accident. They had no idea the gunships were actually going to do that.
Oh.
And then they turned it into a feature. Because it's like, that's brilliant. Chief Lord says, node graph out of date rebuilding.
Huh.
I remember those.
Yep.
Especially when you would load in and then you just see that and get the lock up, it's like, oh boy. And you'd see that message pop up, node graph out of date, and it's like, oh no.
I experienced the locking up mostly with Gmod, to be honest.
Gmod. Yeah, that's where node graph out of date mostly comes from.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And you need the line of sight. Oh, wait. Do you notice how instant Siri was there? Hold on. I just caught that.
Oh, let's go back then.
Okay, go back a bit. What was his criticism about here? All right.
Okay, let's wind it back here.
Memory. Walk the doorway and the game tries to load a new texture. The game locks up and the sound skips. It lasts for between a half a second to over 10. Switch to a new weapon. The game tries to load the sound files for it.
Okay. This is what he exactly said. Switch to a new weapon. The game tries to load the sound files for it.
Yep.
Watch very carefully what actually happens.
Lock up.
Bam! Right there on the screen. You disingenuous little shit. You lying piece of shit.
I think
notice what's on the screen. No, notice what's on the screen.
Saved.
Yeah, it's because he saved. That's what the lockup was.
Oh.
Because he showed us earlier him saving caused the lockup, not switching to the weapon. You little shit.
Yeah, see? That's exactly why we couldn't take his loading complaint earlier, like, not earlier, but a few minutes ago, too seriously. Because that right there, that is really fucking disingenuous.
Yep.
Because it doesn't save without you, like, I think when you change the levels it saves, but it doesn't randomly save as you're playing. There's no timed autosave.
Yeah.
So,
and he said it's saved. He said this lockup happens when you switch to a new weapon and the sounds load.
Yep.
Yeah, no.
Wow, this video just got 10 times worse.
Yeah, I'm like, hold on. I'm glad I caught that out of court. I was just like, saved. I'm like, oh, you little shit. After you just showed us that your saves caused lockups earlier.
Yep. This is a, New Vegas tutorializes shooting first. Skill checks only come in quite a bit down the line, when there's skill checks in the first room of the entire game. This is on that level.
Yeah, and that's what I mean.
Fucking
It's
hell.
like, if he had actually showed us it, I was willing to let that go as him showing it, but I was weirded out the fact that he already had the weapon out and already played the sound.
Yeah.
I was weirded out by that. I was just going to let it go forward, and then I see saved come up on the screen. I'm like, oh, you little fuck.
Yep.
Engine also is less sophisticated than the older Gold Source engine. Yeah, I know the graphics capabilities are more sophisticated, but which would you rather have? Enemies with armor or bloom lighting? In Half-Life, some enemies have...
Okay. Less sophisticated. Alright, citation needed on this one. So let's see if he gets into that. Because
Big
I
fucking
need a
citation needed.
Yeah.
That is an insane claim to make.
had bulletproof or themselves. Barneys have helmets that are impervious to small caliber bullets, and alien grunts have armor that is impervious to most bullets and resistant to heavy arms. See how much cooler that is? It adds texture to the gameplay. Unlike in nearly every other game ever made, armor only works when you get shot in the armor. The wiki tells me it is a common misconception that many of the creatures seen in the Half-Life series originate from Xen. This is actually untrue, as all of the Nihilance race retreated there in the stead of a Combine invasion on their own planet. So saith the wiki. What?
Okay, so his argument to say it was less sophisticated is that armor, enemies with armor, the armor doesn't work. What enemies have metallic armor like that? And also, I hate to break this to you, those helmets don't work like that. Even modern military helmets don't stop a bullet.
I think the Barneys can survive like an extra shot or two to the head, but they're not impervious to small arms fire. That's just false. Like patently false.
It's just so fucking weird. It's like, oh yeah, they have a shiny metallic bang off the armor. It's like, so what? The Combine, their armor works like what normal armor would. It just absorbs the bullet.
Remember when I was playing Half-Life 1 recently and I was killing the big grunts with like the 9mm pistol or whatever?
Yep. I don't get it. Because he's like locational damage armor. Yeah. But that's what I mean, is like, that's just fucking weird. So therefore, the Gold Source engine is more sophisticated. It's like, no. It was weird and kind of annoying. Striders have armor in Half-Life 2, so his argument is valid. Well, I mean, Striders are supposed to fight with rockets and explosives, so
What, you mean true from John McGee over here, or true from the perspective of fucking Half-Life?
I'm glad there's no kids around to see this.
Fuck you. At least admit you don't have the stones to put kids in a shooter game.
No!
Never fucking mind
No!
that
No!
you are...
Did you... Okay. Listen. They talk about not having kids for a reason. When the Combine took over, they made it so nobody could breed again. There's no reproduction. These are the last people.
Dude.
And that's why they're terrified. They are the last ones.
The complaint is even more fucking retarded than that. At least have the stones to admit you're not putting children in your first-person shooter game. It's an NPC supposed to say, well, we didn't put kids in the game because we didn't want players to shoot them.
Oh, boy.
What, like...
To admit it, yeah. It's just like, what?
So, are NPCs just supposed to break the fourth wall to admit the developer's reasonings for doing things?
I guess so. Oh, boy. The Barney's HECU soldiers with helmets and the Zen grunts all have specific points in their armor that reduce damage, and it's a cool feature. Wish that would have carried on in future games. It does carry on in future games, but not in the same way. Let's just put it that way. Source Engine can even do the same exact thing. There are people that modded in stuff like riot shields for Metro cops, and you had to shoot them, in the feed or through the visor, or things like that. The little viewing slit in the shield. There are all kinds of stuff that can be done in the Source Engine. To say that it's less sophisticated because Half-Life 1 enemies had it, Half-Life 2 enemies don't, is fucking weird because they have it. Yeah. So yeah, the Combine have been in control of Earth for at least 20 years. That's what they say. It's been 20 years. Any kids that would have been grew up.
Yep.
Yeah, and Creetosis, reasonable point. Response, fuck you. Oh, it is really sad. Alright, hang on a second. I'm gonna go check if the ice cream's here.
Alright. Suppression fields were a major part of the lore. Breen even talks about them, so it's not just ad hoc rationalization. Yeah, I know. This guy's just bitching. That's all this video has been, is this guy... Huh?
There's no ice cream here yet. I haven't heard the little jingle.
I read off a comment from Sheevlord. Suppression fields were a major part of the lore. Breen even talks about them, so it's not just ad hoc rationalization. And yeah, that's what I was responding to when you got back, is... Fuck, I forget what I was even saying, but...
Oh yeah, Danny says specifically the fuck you he just did in response to the kid lore, yeah.
Yeah.
Also, Source Engine not being sophisticated? Look at... Whoop. Look at what games are made from it. Yeah, exactly.
We're almost done. There's less than 4 minutes left of this shit.
Yeah.
We are almost done.
These die anyway. The absence of children in Half-Life was because it was a dangerous top-secret paramilitary research base. It also wasn't take your daughter to work day. Half-Life 2 takes place back in the real world, and now it's painfully obvious that there are no children. Even more painful is the overused and obvious hand wave. I bet.
What? So you're saying that the hand wave is painful? Again, you
So-
understand that this is a totalitarian regime that doesn't want people to have hardly any freedoms at all, where even the mere fact of getting water is a luxury.
So, when making a game, and you come up with a genuine lore reason for something to be a certain way, such as kids not existing, are we supposed to just not write stories like that?
Yeah.
Because, your reasoning for there being no kids in this game is a hand wave. Morrowind had no kids in it, and the developers didn't feel the need to explain why there was no kids. It was just they couldn't. It just made no sense to have. I mean, obviously it's a world, there should be kids in it, but it's not something they could have really done back then because they couldn't prevent kids from being killed, and killable children is obviously a big deal.
Nuva.
Huh?
Nuva DT, I'll answer that in a second. Because Source absolutely does do location-based damage and armor, but I'll explain that in a second.
But yeah, I'm just at a loss for words at this point. It's just bitching. It's just looking for reasons to complain.
Yeah. But Nuva, yeah, Source engine itself does have location-based damage and armor. The biggest example and the best one that's the easiest to point out is Counter-Strike Source. If you buy the vest, you can still get headshotted one tap in the head. If you buy the vest and the helmet, you can take a couple hits in the head before you die. They have it. The system is still there. It's not choosing to use it or not making it a point. Like in Half-Life 1, yeah, it's interesting, but it's also annoying to fight those enemies, especially because they like to charge you, which makes them really fucking tedious and close. I wish I could kill some of the kids in Skyrim too. Oh my goodness, there's some of them that are just noxious.
I hate them all.
Bring up the suppression field issue again in today's Breencast. I know I talk about it every day, but today would be a good day to talk about it again, even though
it doesn't matter.
Knows
okay,
that it's an issue and that
listen, it doesn't matter if it's done every day or not. It just so happens that he is answering a question by somebody who is asking him, when will they allow us to reproduce again? When will they turn the suppression fields off? When will they let us have children again?
And keep in mind,
it's going to explain why they don't want that to happen yet.
And keep in mind, it's almost certainly a pre-recorded message. That tends to be easier than broadcasting all day, every day.
Yeah. Basically, what we know from the end goal from the Combine is everybody that's not augmented and part of Overwatch is going to die. Everyone that's in Overwatch are the only humans that are going to survive and be indoctrinated and going to be sucked into the Combine as a whole.
Yeah.
it's not going away any. The Combine are never going to let us breed again because that wouldn't make any fucking sense, but I'd better talk about it right as Gordon Freeman arrives, otherwise he'll think, hey, why are there no kids in this game?
I've been hearing about you since long before the Black Mesa incident.
Freeman didn't do a damn thing until the Residence Cascade, and he barely had
Yes, he did!
Fuck
He's
off!
He's an MIT graduate, okay? It's not easy to be an MIT graduate.
No.
One of these
You don't understand.
things.
There's no... Gordon Freeman did absolutely nothing of note in his life until the beginning of Half-Life 1. There's nothing there. It's complete... How do you... Wow.
But it does have that feature, Nuba. Again, it's with the way that they do their hitboxes. I know 3 Clicks Philip has talked about the hitboxes and how it all works, like especially with Half-Life 2 and everything, and most importantly with Counter-Strike Source and Counter-Strike Global Offensive.
This is kind of almost reaching that shitty Lord of the Rings video levels here, with the kind of insane shit he's saying. Gordon Freeman didn't do anything before the Resonance Cascade.
How do you think he got his job, for God's sake?
Like, yeah, the game... I'm sorry the game didn't start off with Gordon Freeman being a 10-year-old child, and we get to see his every accomplishment between then and the Resonance Cascade. I'm very sorry they didn't do that.
Don't remind me of Fallout 3, please.
Yeah, this is... Fuck, let's just get this over with.
A part in that. He was an associate at the time the shit went down. He's not important or experienced enough to do any real scientific work.
You don't know that, you cunt.
Oh, again, they didn't just hire him off the street, alright?
Apparently they did.
He's an MIT graduate working for a secret government science facility. He has high-level clearance. Not top clearance, but he has high-level clearance. He is in restricted areas.
You don't get that deep into things without doing anything fucking notable.
He said that Gordon Freeman had never done anything of note before the Resonance Cascade. It was only when the Resonance Cascade happened he had done things of note.
We still haven't gotten Gimli wanted Frodo and Sam to die level take yet, fortunately. Man, I don't even know if that's true. What he just said is nearing those levels for me.
Yeah, because again, he has a master's thesis in theoretical physics. Okay? That's simple.
Yeah, this is just absolute dog shit.
And again, as somebody just pointed out, what proves him wrong, all the science team at Black Mesa know him by name.
Yeah.
Before you do anything. Not now, Gordon, I'm busy. Why don't you run along, Gordon? Again, they know who he is. Oh, boy.
And keep in mind, the game literally starts off saying that Gordon Freeman is 27 years old. He's an MIT graduate.
And do you understand how impressive that is? 27 years old and an MIT graduate. He has a doctorate already. Like, holy shit. In theoretical physics, of all things? Holy shit. Yeah, Gordon is impressive.
MIT grads are between these days. We'll get you out of that hazard suit and back into your lab.
Are you shaking your head? No, they're not few and far between. What the
This
fuck?
is some...
Wow.
I assumed he was shaking his head at the MIT graduate thing, which I was about to say. They established this in the very first seconds of Half-Life 1.
Yeah.
Just joined. What's going on? Pain.
Yeah, absolute pain.
Oh.
Lab coat, you belong.
Suck a dick. Gordon is obviously a better combatant than a scientist. He was only on the...
That doesn't mean he's not a fucking scientist!
He's a scientist that has weapons training. It just turns out he was really good at the weapons, okay? Really good. In fact, they even will tell you if you play the hazard course that you completed it faster than anyone else. They are impressed. And they even go into even further detail where they even have like bets on like how good is he gonna do, and you actually show up to one dude and he's like, "Oh, damn it."
Yeah.
Job at Black Mesa. What the fuck do you mean there are so few scientists?
Wait. How do you know it's been for a month?
Hold on, I want to roll this back. I want to hear what he said in full context.
Suck a dick. Gordon is obviously a better combatant than a scientist. He was only on the job at Black Mesa for about a month, and what the fuck do you mean there are so few scientists?
Okay, so, couple things. How do you know he was only there for a month, as Setch said? But more than that, you realize being on the job for a month doesn't mean he wasn't in a different job before this.
Yeah. Or, I don't know. How... It doesn't matter if he's better at one thing than another thing. Like, yeah, there could be somebody who, like, is a cobbler and makes shoes for a living, but they would actually they're way better of a singer than they are a cobbler. Doesn't matter. They're still a cobbler.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
Everywhere. The entire population of that facility lives here in City 17 right goddamn now.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. My God. Because we have, what, 5 characters that we know of that came from Black Mesa. 5. You're suddenly like, oh, they're all over. All the people in Black Mesa survived. Nobody died. What is wrong with you? Yeah, this video was made in 2014. Somebody said that he recanted this stuff later in 2018, but I don't know. Because he's still like favoriting and like talking about comments that are saying that he had great points in this, and oh boy, no, he didn't.
Yeah, this video is pretty shit. If the person who made this video happens to stumble upon the stream, take this fucking embarrassing shit down.
Now, I wouldn't say take it down. I'd put up like a pinned comment, you on top, saying like, no, I don't believe this anymore. These were terrible arguments. This is really bad.
Yeah, this is really fucking bad.
Yeah.
But you know what? Complaining about plot and themes and continuity. The thing that gets to me most is the tone. Half-Life 1 was a quiet, contemplative game, punctuated by small arenas of all-out.
A quiet, contemplative game? What?
I'm not sure I would describe Half-Life 1 as quiet. Not with all the explosions and gunfights and shooting and...
Yeah, screaming and people dying and...
For God's sakes, open the silo door!
They're coming for us! Yeah, exactly. I'd say taking down a video is more damage control than making up for your mistakes. I would rather have them say, like, this is what I believed then, this is what I believe now, in hindsight, looking back and going through everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess he just forgot that the Hazardous Environment Control Unit Marines killed off pretty much everybody at Black Mesa. There were only a few survivors. We only see 6 of them. Gordon being one of them.
Oh my God, we're doomed! No! Stop!
You gotta do the stop! And the way they do it, stop!
Yeah. One of my favorite moments in Freeman's mind is where there's a scientist that's dying, and Gordon takes the ammo just as he's dying, and he plays a stoplight, and Gordon gets... Ross Scott's Gordon gets all pissed off that, oh, those are your last words on Earth, telling me to not take your stuff as you're dying.
Yeah.
Half-Life 2 is a gonzo sprint to the finish.
A gonzo sprint to the finish? What the fuck are you smoking?
I don't know how that happened.
Whoa. A gonzo sprint to... What the fuck is gonzo about Half-Life 2?
Yeah, Dal, that's absolutely understandable. Half-Life 1 is a fantastic game. And this is just weird. We're trying to get why Half-Life 2 is a bad sequel. And oh boy, the argumentation in it was Not good.
In the slightest. He said one single thing in this entire video so far that we've agreed with, and that's that game journalists suck. And even then, I don't trust him to come to the conclusion for the right reasons.
Okay. Hunter S. Thompson is turning over in his grave at the use of the word gonzo.
Most of the game just a window of your airboat or buggy or your muscle car. So much time and effort gone into areas you just speed through without stopping. And when you do spend a lot of time somewhere, it's dark, or it's a cave, or it's a facility with copy-paste fucking walls and a little goddamn tram ride. Half-Life 2 is a loud, colorful game. In the Half-Life trilogy, there were many quiet tableaus. French word there.
I'm so sophisticated. French word there. Oh my god. Sorry, it's hard not to make fun of you when you start doing twatty shit like that.
Yeah.
But stop calling it the Half-Life trilogy, okay? It is Half-Life and Blue Shift are the only two that we know are canon.
It was bugging me earlier, but I really have to point it out now. Blue Shift and Opposing Force are expansions. It's not a trilogy.
It's so fucking weird.
Half-Life 2, Half-Life 2 Episode 1, and Half-Life 2 Episode 2 are not a trilogy.
Also, as Atomic Bleach points out, there's a shit ton of secret areas on the car segments and on the airboat segments too.
Yep.
If you stop and actually look around, you find them.
Yep. And Half-Life 1, Half-Life 2, and Half-Life 3, if it existed, would be a trilogy. Just go grab the super chat quickly. $5 from Dominic the Donkey. Thank you. Gonzo, just like Fallout, right? Oh god, please. God, save me from the suffering.
Sheevlord says his video is merde. French word here.
I have no idea what that is in English.
At the time, he was younger, yes, Mirthville.
But yeah, everyone was younger in 2014 than they are now.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Yeah. Yeah, you're right, actually, that doesn't make any sense. Oh, yeah. No, he was a teen in 2014, and it comes off as an angry teen, for sure. But it's so fucking thing.
Murday.
And also, as Nuva says, it's also not a trilogy because Decay exists. He wouldn't know what fucking Half-Life Decay is. There's no way.
Murday. A French word for shit.
Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah, King Roo, there we go.
Yep.
Left stranded on Zen, sitting up against a rock and looking into the void while bleeding out. You see that kind of little tiny set detail, and you stop and think about what it must be like for that guy. Or in Blue Shift, you find a security team SUV in a tunnel that's been riddled with bullets. The truck is all shot up and the hazards are on. The scene is quiet. You can hear the hazard lights clicking on and off, and the guard barely made it out of the truck. Nobody turns to the camera and makes a sly remark, or even a sad remark for that matter.
Nobody...
Oh, gosh.
Okay, to do the same exact thing, you come up to a barn in an airboat. There's a resistance symbol on the side of it. The scene is completely quiet. There's nothing hunting you. There's nothing chasing you. Once the airboat engine turns off, all you hear are the distant sounds of birds. You go into the building and see nothing but bodies, and now headcrab zombies start to rise from where there have once been people of the resistance, as the headcrab canister had clearly smashed through the wall.
Yep, there's a head...
Wow!
Yeah.
Again, we can do the same exact thing in fucking Half-Life 2.
It is insanely fucking disingenuous to pretend like stuff like that does not exist in Half-Life 2. Half-Life 2 even has the couple that are comforting each other. One is worried and the girl is worried about the future, and the boyfriend is comforting her. And you run into them like 2 or 3 times, and one of the times you run into them, they're skeletons. They're dead.
Oh. I don't think I knew I ran into them as skeletons. I just knew the.
I'm not sure they were skeletons. It might have just been corpses, but
I remember the resistance when they're in the rebel fatigues and everything with the armbands and stuff, and they're still holding each other. And
yeah.
she's like, the uprising has begun, but it doesn't seem like it's going anywhere or anything. They don't realize that Gordon's right there. You know, he's gonna help get this thing. Like they made tons of great gains, but they're up against the Combine, and the Combine ain't going down without a fight.
Yeah.
Are they?
Make it out, Gordon. Oh no, Gordon, we have to keep moving. You just see it, and the game lets you feel natural empathy for those guys. Between opposing force, Blue Shift, and Decay, Gearbox contributed more to Half-Life than...
Wait. Did you just say that? He said he actually name dropped Half-Life Decay.
Oh, let's go back.
And we have to keep moving. You just see it, and the game lets you feel natural empathy for those guys. Between opposing force, Blue Shift, and Decay, Gearbox contributed more to Half-Life than Valve themselves did.
Oh, fuck off!
Shit.
I actually haven't gotten to play Decay yet. I do want to at some point. But, holy shit.
I mean, absolutely wow. They contributed more to Half-Life than fucking Valve did. Are you fucking mental?
Clearly he is. Oh my god.
Actually references Half-Life Decay and still calls it the Half-Life trilogy too as well. Yeah. The couple is alive, it's not headcanon? Okay.
Nah.
Of Gearbox because of the Aliens Colonial Marines fiasco and the Duke Nukem Forever fiasco. God, they've been part of a lot of fiascos. But do keep in mind that these guys did tons of Half-Life stuff. The PC port of Halo, the PC version of Nightfire, Brothers in Arms, Borderlands. So this is where I leave you. What is the difference between these two games? This is an innocent, organic game. This is a pandering train wreck. Still pretty good, though.
Which you did not prove in the slightest. Also, an innocent, organic game.
What the fuck does that mean?
Yeah, talk about the most pretentious, up-your-own-ass comments I've ever heard.
What the fuck do you mean? Wow.
Yeah, wow.
Oh.
You know what? As much pain as this was, I'm glad we did this.
So am I. That's usually the feeling after doing these streams, but...
Yes.
Oh my god, what a shit fucking video.
Half-Life 2 is guilty of what? It's like, you know, it's one of those like, yeah, I pronounce this guilty. Like, what? Of what? Still pretty good though. Bruh. Yes, again, he brought up the Halo PC port as Gearbox doing good stuff. It's like, no. And he brought up Borderlands 1 as Gearbox doing good stuff. There's a reason Borderlands 1's ending is legendarily bad and reviled. Like, oh man, I was not a fan of Borderlands 1. And Borderlands 2, their humor is awful. Innocent organic game is what he said.
What the fuck does that mean?
Yeah. I have no idea what an innocent organic game is.
Oh god. That's another line for Mahler's Goodell right there. Fuck, Man, they'll never cover this video, but I really wish they did for some of the fucking gold nuggets in there.
I wish they did too, but this video's too old.
Yeah.
And it didn't go over well. Yeah, it did not go over well. 2.9 thousand likes, 4.2 thousand dislikes.
Oh.
Yeah, he almost doubled himself in dislikes.
Wow.
I can't believe it. I can't believe some of the argumentation in this video. I can't.
No, it's fucking abysmal. Holy shit.
It is.
He didn't make a single valid point through the whole thing.
No. Why couldn't you talk about the airboat section? For God's sakes, that's an easy win. That's an easy swish of the basket. Oh God. Yeah, Borderlands 1 is good, but holy shit, yeah, its ending is the worst I've ever seen. Oh yeah.
I don't think I've finished Borderlands 1. How does it end?
You open the vault and Cthulhu monster sticks tentacle and bad guy. Wah, 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 wah. Now fight the Cthulhu monster. You win.
I thought the vault was supposed to be full of treasure.
Yeah, you know.
I mean,
we were all dumb for thinking that.
I mean, getting tentacle raped is a treasure for some people, but not me.
Oh, well, I mean, it didn't go in the hole she wanted. It made a new one.
Oh.
Right through her chest as she's talking to you, too. She's, like, menacing you, and all of a sudden, it just does the wah, 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 as it stabs through her and, like, lifts her in the air.
Rip.
It's like, oh, yeah.
This video is schlecht. Luxembourg word there. Luxembourg...
Borgish there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What a pretentious thing to do. French word there.
Yeah. That was so fucking weird. Oh, French word there. It's like, that just comes off so much, especially after his weird, like, pronunciations and stuff earlier. That just comes off as being pretentious to be pretentious.
Yeah.
So fucking weird. Any news for what the next stream is about? No idea.
No clue right now. We don't really... I was going to say we don't really plan these in advance, but we were planning this one for like a week and a half to 2 weeks. We don't have anything lined up right now, is what I'll say.
Yeah.
But maybe
we could do a gaming stream or something next time.
Well, the gaming streams are separate from these streams. They're...
Oh, that's true. Wait, how long did we go? Yeah, 4 and a half hours. Because remember, the first video was like 18 when the crash thing happened.
Yeah. I'm actually bringing that up now. Let's see. Yeah, 18 minutes and 20 seconds. So I'm going to cut the recording for that up and combine it with the recording for this one, and then I'll re-upload this whole thing.
Yep. Oh boy, that was pretty brutal, but like I said, I'm glad we did it.
Yeah, so am I. There's a video out there defending cuties. You could do that. Oh god.
No thanks.
No, I'm not.
Because to do that properly would mean having to watch cuties.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. I am not watching that fucking thing.
And the only thing I know about cuties was that somehow the American version made it worse.
Wow.
Yeah, because in the original language, there's a scene where they're eating gummy bears, right? They're eating gummy worms.
I'm not sure I even want to know, if I'm going to be honest.
Well, in the original scene, they're just talking, and it's like muffled because they keep stuffing their face full of candy.
Yeah.
In the American version, they make them go,
Oh.
It's like, why? Why did you do that? Why is that something you added? What happened?
Yeah, that's fucking horrible. Jesus Christ.
It really is. And the only reason I know that was because there was a guy who had that, who went through it and everything like that to explain, like, because he had to do a review of it. He's like, I did it, so you don't gotta watch it. And then he realized that they did that on it, and he's like, that can't be in the original. There's no way.
Southpaw already covered that video on the South Podcast. I'd recommend people checking that out instead.
Yeah, I ain't doing it. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, I've never spoken with Southpaw, but from the content of his I've seen, he's pretty solid.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff I disagree with, and a lot of stuff that I disagree with vehemently, but he's not a bad guy at all.
Yeah.
And he doesn't try to, he never tries to do bad faith argumentation or anything like that, which is really good.
I didn't see your I didn't see your video, Father Elijah, but I remember you talking about that idea before. I guess it's a reasonable assumption that if there's no jail, then Sims is hauling him off to be executed, but obviously we never see that because Fallout 3 is fucking garbage.
Oh, yeah.
But I mean, he's also justified in executing a guy who wants to blow up the town.
Yeah. I feel like I'd be picking on it, but I was like, there's the gaming... There's a video review I saw from a site that's known for, like, doing really bad reviews, but that would require you to have the game, too, and everything, but yeah. And it'd be... I don't know, I feel like I would just be kicking a puppy at that point, because they were really bad.
Someone in chat had said, and I can't find the message now, but apparently Pawn Story Games made a video about Half-Life 2 that we could check out as well.
Oh.
It won't be today. We've already been going for 4 hours and 20 minutes. I don't know how long another video could go on for. It could be another 6 or 8 hours, and I'm not up for that right now. Not after having already gone on for over 4.
Yeah, same. I'd be up for not doing a video, but like a gaming stream or something. I'd be totally down for that, but not for like, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure what I feel like right now. I don't know if I'm going to do a game stream or not. Maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, we could do that. If you ever pick up Aliens Fireteam, we can do that as a gaming stream. I would love to do that.
I haven't seen anything of it. I'd have to look into it.
Okay, it's a co-op horde shooter set in the Aliens universe.
Huh.
Which I will say it's a very good game.
Anyways,
I'll be doing a critique on it. That's one of my videos that's coming up.
Yeah?
Yep. So I'm doing, like I said, I've been doing the SS13 videos to practice my editing and everything like that. And so now I want to start trying to go into the critique and reviews as well.
Anyways, if there's nothing else to really say right now, I guess we'll end the stream here. You good?
Yeah, I'm pretty good.
All right.
I love Half-Life 2 video. Okay.
Huh?
Someone's saying you should watch his I love Half-Life 2 video.
Whose?
I don't know for sure. BMOvo is the one that said it.
Yeah, I see the chat now.
I don't see another thing on it from BMOvo.
He might be referring to Pawn Story Games. I'm not sure.
Oh, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what his video was like. I've never seen it. But yeah, that's it for today. We'll be doing another one of these streams at some point. Still taking suggestions on the name for what we're going to call this. And again, it's not a regular thing right now. But yeah, we do plan on doing more if we can find other videos to cover. Have a good night, everyone. See you around. Have a good one.
Yeah. Take care, everybody.